and absolutely limp. The guy was not resisting for multiple minutes. I think there were 4 additional officers there. There was no threat to the officers. There's no one attacking the officers. And the video is clear.
Well, John, not to cut you off because we don't have that much time, but there was a crowd that was menacing. And Derek Chauvin was concerned about that crowd. I mentioned that before. Larry Elder. Come to me, baby. Ooh, let me be your rocking chair.
Chicagoland certified financial planning professional Tim Stearns discusses taxes in retirement.
Most people are paying more in taxes and keeping less of their money to live and do what they enjoy. That's why we've put out the retirement tax bill calculator online. You can see with your own eyes just how much you might be overpaying. It's a valuable tool, $500 value, but we made it free for you to view and run your own numbers at mvpcfp.com. That's mvpcfp.com.
To run your retirement tax bill calculator, go to mvpcfp.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Cornerstone Securities, LLC.
Salem News Channel is America's fastest growing conservative TV network.
It's an absolute crazy day.
Home to the largest lineup of free speech champions anywhere. Delivering in-depth insight and unapologetic opinion on today's biggest news stories.
Americans aren't going to put up with this anymore.
SNC brings you the news that matters, told with integrity and clarity. Watch Salem News Channel free 24/7 on your television. Stream now on Pluto TV.
News, opinion, insight. This is AM 560, The Answer. WIND, Chicago. Streaming at 560theanswer.com on the AM 560 mobile app or tell your smart speaker to play.
Another Trump pushback on college campuses. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News, putting new student visas on hold.
It would represent another escalation in the administration's efforts to push back against elite universities and colleges. This latest effort, for now at least, would end the scheduling of new visa interviews for foreign students hoping to come to the U.S. to study. And there are a number of reports that the government is using this time to expand its social media vetting process. Now, critics say universities need to address, among other things, anti-Semitic behavior.
Fox's Doug Luzader. The Trump administration remains in a legal battle with Harvard, trying to block that university from enrolling new international students while also looking to stop more federal contracts from Harvard, which is also fighting in court to unfreeze federal grants. The Trump administration is also taking another deportation legal challenge to the Supreme Court.
Justice Department attorneys say the case addresses the government's ability to remove some of the worst illegal aliens. The Trump administration is asking the Supreme Court to lift a federal judge's order blocking several migrants from being sent to South Sudan, at least temporarily. The administration says in some cases, migrants' countries of origin are unwilling to take them back.
Well, it's Fox's Jared Halpern in the White House. Chaos in Gaza, where a crowd overran a new distribution site for food and humanitarian aid, breaking through fences, leading to clashes with security forces. At least one Palestinian was killed, nearly 50 others injured. Israel's gone on the attack in Yemen, again targeting Houthi militants that the U.S. has already recently attacked for disrupting shipping in and around the Red Sea.
Yemen's main airport in the capital, Sana'a, has been hit by Israeli fire for the second time in a month, and Israel's defense minister is promising to attack ports and airports again and again. The Houthis have fired several missiles at Israel in recent days without causing casualties or damage.
That's Fox's Jonathan Savage. America's listening to Fox News.
Connect to Fox News Audio on the Fox News app. Listen to hear your favorite hosts like Brian Kilmeade, Jimmy Fallon, and Guy Benson standing up for what's right, live and via podcast. Just click listen, then swipe right and hear the latest news updates on your time. And scroll down to hear the latest podcasts from Fox News. And it's even easier to listen in the car with Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. Get programming alerts and notifications. Fox News Audio is on the Fox News app. The voices America trusts. Download it now.
It's time to take the quiz.
It's 5 questions in less than 5 minutes. We asked people on the streets of New York City to play along. Let's see how you do.
What is the name of the coffee shop in the sitcom Friends?
Mel's Diner.
Central Perk. The answer? Central Perk.
Either way, you can always try again tomorrow. Take the quiz every day at thequiz.fox, then come back here to see how you did.
And thank you for taking the quiz.
It's up to the Senate now to approve the bill that House Republicans and President Trump call one big, beautiful budget bill to fund his agenda with additional spending for border security and an extension of the 2017 Trump tax cuts that are set to expire. Now, Senate Republicans support all that, but Some oppose the bill the House passed last week. Senator Ron Johnson tells the Fox News Rundown podcast.
What we've had so far is just rhetoric. We've got a slogan, one big, beautiful bill. Very similar. This is almost identical to what happened with Obamacare. We had a slogan, repeal and replace, and nobody really had a good way of doing that.
Johnson says the bill needs more spending cuts, warning it would further balloon the deficit and the debt. The legislation would give additional military funding and pay raises for the troops. A Senate hearing focused on the National Guard and Reserves budget.
The chief of the National Guard Bureau, General Stephen Nordhaus, described the economics of the military's citizens branch.
We represent 20% of the joint force at 4% of the budget.
Which leaders reminded senators makes the Guard and Reserves vital. However, the witnesses, such as Lieutenant General Robert Harder, the chief of the Army Reserve, testified that despite that principle, they don't have what they need to operate properly.
With our largest problem areas being inadequate manning in our formations, aging facilities that don't support our training requirements, and poor equipment readiness.
Witnesses from the other military branches testified to similar problems. Kevin Uretsky, Fox News.
On Wall Street, stock futures are falling modestly. The day after big gains lifted the Dow 740 points and the NASDAQ rose 461. In the NBA playoffs.
Goes on top. It's topping for three. Good! That'll do it.
The Indiana Pacers beat the New York Knicks 130-121 on TNT to take a 3-1 lead in the Eastern Conference Finals. On the ice, the Edmonton Oilers took a 3-1 lead in the NHL Western Conference Final, beating Dallas 4-1. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit where credit is due. Credit for deciding in the middle of rush hour traffic to go back and get their bachelor's and a promotion. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. And credit for serving in the military by day so they can study cybersecurity at night. For over 75 years, we've been helping students receive the credit they deserve. With more than 135 degrees and certificates, students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's, and graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. At UMGC, you'll find everything from online to hybrid courses and lifetime career services to scholarship opportunities, making your education journey flexible, fast, and affordable. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
When age-related health issues arise, don't just treat the body, treat the soul. For over 130 years, Lutheran Life has provided nonprofit, Christ-centered care for seniors. Arlington Heights, Ottawa, Bloomington, and Crown Point. 4 Lutheran Life communities to serve all your needs for assisted living, memory care, nursing, and rehab. Find out how by visiting LutheranLifeCommunities.org today. That's LutheranLifeCommunities.org.
A great smile can make you feel happy and confident. So when you consciously conserve your teeth, that glowing smile will show through. At Best Dental Group, doctors Economos, Gavalis, and their staff are ready to help you create that perfect look or maintain the one you have now. Along with general dentistry, Best Dental Group is a multidiscipline practice with an orthodontist, periodontist, and prosthetic specialists on site. They use the newest breakthroughs in dental technology such as titanium implants, Invisalign clear braces, and laser treatments. Don't let fear get in the way. They can recommend sedation to make your experience as comfortable as possible. Best Dental Group is located in historic downtown Bartlett and is a multilingual office. Call 630-830-4930, 630-830-4930, or visit bestdental.org. Best Dental Group, sharing your conservative values and helping you to conserve your teeth.
You need a construction company, but who?
Call Crosscom.
A construction company you can trust that shares your Christian and conservative values. For decades, Crosscom has been doing work in Chicagoland, Northwest Indiana, and Wisconsin. Roofs, siding, windows, doors, gutters, basically everything for your home or business, even solar. Quality work and professional services that make you feel great about your decision to work with Crosscom.
Call Crosscom.
630-871-5500. Give them a chance to earn your business. If your repairs are due to storm, fire, or flood damage, you need to
call Crosscom.
Their licensed licensed public adjusters. They work for you, not the insurance company. Crosscom will work to get you the money you deserve, the maximum payout. They know the insurance companies and how to deal with them. They win for you.
Call Crosscom.
Crosscom Construction and Public Adjusters.
This is Dan Lights with Crosscom. You can trust us with your home or business for high-quality work and fair prices. It's the only way we do business.
630-871-5500. CrosscomPublicAdjusters.com.
It's almost time for AM 560's annual golf outing, presented by Signature Bank. And once again, AM 560 is proud to partner with the Tunnel to Towers Foundation as they support America's first responder and military heroes, including homeless veterans, and to help America never forget 9/11. It's all happening on Wednesday, June 18th at McCrae Memorial Golf Club in Barrington. Enjoy a full day of golf, meals, an awards reception, and a silent auction. Reserve your foursome today at 560theanswer.com/golf.
It's May 28th, and this is your Fox Daily Snapshot. Today is National Hamburger Day. Meant to signal the unofficial start of summer grilling season, the iconic American food is a staple of any cookout. Every year, Americans devour nearly 50 billion hamburgers. So remember, there is no wrong way to eat a hamburger. Whether you like yours with cheese or bacon or even a slice of pineapple, there are endless combinations. Also on this date, in 1937, the Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco was open to vehicle traffic. And the Say Hey Kid, Willie Mays, got his first major league hit, which was a home run off of Boston Braves ace Warren Spahn in 1951. He would go on to finish his Hall of Fame career with 660 homers. If it's your birthday today, you share it with singer-songwriter Gladys Knight, born in 1944. I'm Tushar Saxena, and that's your Fox Daily Snapshot.
It's important to have a heating and cooling company you know you can depend on. That company is the original Arlington Heights Heating and Cooling. They aren't one of those massive companies with newer techs and subcontractors. Oh no, Arlington Heights Heating and Cooling send only their own highly skilled techs. From service to installation and everything in between, the work quality and customer service is the best. For 40 years, the original Arlington Heights Heating and Cooling has kept homeowners and business customers comfy and warm in the winter and nice and cool in the warmer months. Don't call the big guys, call the best. Call Carrie at 847-545-1700 or visit arlingtonheightsheatingandcooling.net. That's Carrie at 847-545-1700 or online at arlingtonheightsheatingandcooling.net. The original Arlington Heights Heating and Cooling, not the biggest, just the best.
Come on with this, people. Move it!
Did you really think you could make that company deliver yourself?
Oh, I cannot handle any more traffic.
You could be getting much more done at your place of business.
I've wasted 45 minutes and now this place is going to close.
Time is money. Let Quick Delivery Service take on the traffic hassle for you. They'll deliver almost anything, from large pallets of materials to important documents, or both. No forms, no labels, no scanning. Just tell Quick Delivery Service where it's going, they'll pick it up, and get it to your destination quickly. Your cargo delivery is tracked in real time with GPS. Notifications are delivered right to your inbox. Visit QuickDelivery.com. That's QuickDelivery.com. Or you can deliver like this.
Seriously, another train?
Or get your delivery there on time with QuickDelivery.com. Or call 847-534-2244. 847-534-2244.
This is a special alert during this window replacement season. Don't get tricked by the cheapest offers and gimmicky ads. Now's the time to see and feel the difference of high-performance windows from Valdecas.
When it's time to consider new windows, siding, and doors for your home, you need to look no further. Sebastian Gorka here to tell you about Valdecas. Valdecas has been the trusted name chosen by thousands of homeowners, and they should be your number one choice too. But what's really behind the name Valdecas? Over 25 years of a team dedicated to providing you with the best customer service experience and products that truly bring value to your home. They are a Pella Platinum Elite Status certified contractor for a reason. They have an A+ rating with the BBB, as well as high ratings and positive reviews on both Google and Houzz. Schedule your free in-house consultation at valdecas.com.
Ask about their exclusive manufacturer warranties and their 10-year workmanship guarantee.
Don't wait. Book today at valdecas.com. For the best in class, it's Valdecas.
Did you know that AM 560 Radio has a full-service digital marketing
marketing division called Salem Surround? If you're a business decision maker, listen up. AM 560 listeners are everywhere your potential audience is. So are our incredible targeting capabilities. We localize digital marketing and put it within reach of every business, small and large, in Chicagoland and beyond. Salem Surround offers AI-powered marketing solutions that reach your ideal audience. Whether or not you tap into the proven live, local, and emotional connection that AM 560 radio brings, Salem Surround offers a total marketing solution to our partners. All-in-one digital solutions that provide targeted local digital and social media ads, Google AdWords management, website services, video strategy, search optimization, and even a management dashboard to offer you total campaign updates and transparency. Your Salem Surround representative is located right here in Chicago. Experience the Salem Surround digital revolution today. Call 847-472-8951. That's 847-472-8951.
Perhaps you're a collector, or perhaps all of a sudden you have a collection. Maybe it's an inheritance. How do you know what it's worth? This is Sean Thompson for Donley Auction. The market for antiques and collectibles is changing all the time. What is your collection worth right now? Well, I've got an easy way to find out. It's simple. You contact Donley Auctions. With their worldwide audience of live and in-person auctions, they have a good idea of how to tell you exactly what it's worth at exactly right now. They're ready to put top dollar in your pocket. The bigger the collection, the better. Go to DonleyAuctions.com and get the info on all things that they buy and sell to have an idea of exactly what Donley does and how much they need your collection. They have so many buyers, it's a great time to sell. Just simply make a phone call. Donley has traveled all over the country to pick up collections. Just call and talk to the people at Donley Auctions at 815-923-7000. Donley Auctions is your trusted partner in turning your collections into cash. DonleyAuctions.com.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
I'm Robert Anderson, president of McLaughlin Body Company in the Quad Cities, and a customer of Signature Bank. When our 100-year-old family-owned manufacturing company was looking for a new bank, we found an excellent partner with Signature Bank. Signature Bank understands the challenges with manufacturing in today's highly competitive environment. We recently participated in a new markets tax credit program, and we're fortunate to have the experts at Signature Bank help us navigate the complexities of this program. With Signature Bank's support, we were able to expand not only our facility, but ultimately our business. If you're looking for a trusted banking partner for your business, look to Chicago's own Signature Bank.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. To learn more about turning your business vision into reality, visit signaturebank.bank. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Hi, I'm Ken Mariotti, owner of Woodland Windows and Doors, a third-generation family-owned business since 1969. We know you're bombarded by choices when shopping for new windows or doors, so we're inviting you to experience the Woodland difference. For decades, we have been transforming living spaces with Marvin Windows, a fifth-generation family business. Marvin replacement windows have been known to increase the warmth of your cold rooms by 10 degrees. Think about that, 10 degrees warmer. When you welcome Woodland into your home, you will get a product expert to transform your living spaces, full-time, dedicated professional installers that you can trust in your home, along with the best products like Marvin. These are the reasons we're proud of our 5-star reviews and family legacy. No gimmicks, no pressure, and upfront pricing are why Woodland Windows and Doors is your trusted window and door expert in Chicagoland. Visit woodlandwindows.com to book your free in-home expert consultation. That's woodlandwindows.com, or stop by our showroom at the corner of Lake and Geary in Roselle.
Can you afford not to have effective video surveillance? Is your outdoor inventory at risk? Theft and vandalism can hit your bottom line hard. Stop these events before they happen. Monitor your business 24/7 with alarm detection systems. We prevent crime with live operators watching video alerts, ensuring your assets and employees are secure. It's not worth the liability when you can effectively protect what matters most. Call ADS at 1-630-844-6322 or visit adsalarm.com for a free demo. Alarm license number 127000143. Spending too much on security guards to patrol your property? With rising crime rates, guards may not be enough. And the cost, it's adding up fast. At Alarm Detection Systems, we offer a more innovative solution. Live video monitoring. Cameras provide extra coverage in even the hardest to reach areas. Unlike guards, they never get intimidated. Our operators watch video alerts in real time, cut costs, increase coverage, and stay secure. Call ADS at 1-630-844-6322 or visit adsalarm.com for a free demo. Alarm license number 127000143.
On this podcast, Alex Marlowe brings deep research, prescient analysis, and world-class guests.
Biden was deteriorating. He was of decreased mental function. He did have major physical damage, but not necessarily the stuff that's being focused on at the moment. What's most relevant is the dementia and the brain aneurysm stuff that no one is talking about, and no one is answering that question, how much that has had an effect on his life.
Subscribe today on Apple, Spotify, YouTube, Rumble, or at SalemPodcastNetwork.com. Now, your official weather forecast.
Today, clouds, rain tapering off. Could be some ponding on the roads. Look out for that. High 61. Partly to mostly cloudy. Passing shower tonight. Low 51. Clouds and warmer. Thunder shower in the area tomorrow. And the high at 71. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560. The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
Portions of the following show may be pre-recorded.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. You know, I'm not a JFK assassination expert. I mean, I don't get it. Never got into the weeds on it. I've seen some of the movies. I've watched some documentaries.
Did you ever visit the Grassy Knoll?
I have been to the I've been to the Book Depository Museum in Dallas. Yes, so that's a bit of an education as well. But I do think we have to take judicial notice. I mean, so much was made of releasing the JFK assassination files and the Epstein files and furtherance of a commitment to transparency, and those being two examples of it. Setting the record straight, allowing people to pore over anything that hasn't been made public to this point and ask their questions and offer their conjecture and so forth. And that's all well and good. We've got the JFK assassination files in pertinent part, not so much Epstein, still waiting on that. And I don't think Marsha Blackburn is going to let that go. So it'll be interesting to see what Pam Bondi and Kash Patel have to say about the Epstein files if this continues to languish on. But I digress. I do think we have to take notice of some of the testimony we heard before a House committee last week that seems to undermine the official Warren Commission story on JFK's assassination. For example, Dr. Don Curtis, who was in the operating room in Dallas after JFK was shot, he was there.
Okay.
And this is what he said he and the other doctor saw.
First struck President Kennedy before he got out from under the tree that prevented the window shooter from shooting. Then, and we know that because the Zapruder film showed President Kennedy holding his throat in real distress when the Zapruder film started, and he had already been shot, and that wound to his throat would have killed him. It did kill him, because we know from the tracheostomy that we had to do that the bullet to his throat obstructed the trachea, and so he had taken his last breath before that. Also, the bullet that struck President Kennedy in the temple killed him also, because he just removed about a third of his brain. And the part of the brain that it removed was in the posterior part of the brain, and that is the area of the brain that controls the parasympathetic and the automatic nervous system. And so the two bullets that came from the Conley, from the window, one struck Conley, and it's the only thing that it did. It went in Conley's shoulder, went through his chest, came out of his chest into his left wrist, into his left leg, and that indicates that the bullet was coming from the north, going southeast, southwest, and that bullet was only for Governor Conley. The other bullet that came out was this other one here. Then that would have been the magic bullet. That's the one that went in the president's back. And the Warren Commission then wanted to choose that bullet to be the magic bullet, which went through the top of his head. Now that's essentially what I wanted to say.
Okay, and that was how many bullets did you say? 3 or 4?
That were fired?
Yes, sir.
4.
That was Tim Bircher from Tennessee following up. So 4 bullets by his account, and the magic bullet theory doesn't hold up, the Warren Commission conclusion. And shots came from a couple of different directions. Now, trying to ascertain if this is indeed accurate, if Dr. Curtis's account is accurate. I mean, part of it's what he saw in the operating room, but now he's also offering some testimony as to, but it is based in science in terms of where the bullets were coming from, based on the trajectory of their entry and the injuries they inflicted and so forth. And give Dr. Curtis some bandwidth here. I think he's almost 90 years old. So, but anyway, but very lucid. And there was additional testimony by a guy named Douglas Horn, who is he was an investigator with the JFK Assassination Records Review Board, which was an official government enterprise that was set up by the federal government, the JFK Assassination Records Review Board, some time ago. But Horn, as I was just reading online about him, is seen by many as an expert on all things JFK assassination related, and obviously some members of Congress thought enough of him to bring him forward to testify.
8 different sets of photographs, known with confidence to have been taken during the autopsy on JFK, are not in the official collection today and never have been. Some autopsy photos in the official collection at the National Archives are in gross disagreement with the head and neck wounds universally observed on November 22, 1963, by the treating physicians at Parkland Hospital, which they recorded in precise detail in their treatment notes that day and in their subsequent 1964 testimony. At least 2 and possibly 3 JFK skull X-rays exposed at Bethesda Naval Hospital are missing today and have never been in the official collection. The science of optical densitometry reveals that all 3 surviving skull X-rays are not originals, but rather are altered copy films. 2 highly qualified and respected MDs who were granted repeated access by the Kennedy family to the autopsy photographs and X-rays in the deed of gift collection at the archives both agree that the extant JFK skull X-rays reveal unambiguous and clear evidence of 2 headshots fired from in front of the president, contrary to the findings of the Warren Commission and the HSCA. The JFK skull X-rays actually reveal a total of 3 headshots, 1 from behind and 2 from the front.
So essentially substantiating what Dr. Curtis was saying as well. And, this is important for obvious reasons. You want to know who was responsible for murdering a president of the United States. And if you weren't getting the straight dope, you want to know who in the government was covering for who, for what reasons. By the way, we're having a similar sort of issue with respect to Butler, Pennsylvania, and Trump.
Right.
And we talked about this with, was it Baker, who is the lead Secret Service agent, who did the investigation of John Hinckley's attempted assassination of Reagan. where he said, look, what we got in there, we got everything we could get. We poured over the details to put together what we thought was the motive, the timeline, the means and methods used by Hinckley, put it into the public domain for scrutiny, questions to be asked, for perhaps leads to be generated that we hadn't received up until that point. But let's be quick but thorough and transparent, so you have the trust of the American people as you try to process information and come to evidence-based conclusions as quickly as you can. And that's, of course, not what has happened, not what happened in the JFK assassination. And it doesn't really seem like it's happening with respect to Butler, Pennsylvania, either.
I mean, there's no appetite there either to find out who was he being sponsored by somebody? Was he being, was he recruited by some group? Who are the 29 in his contacts? I mean, we know nothing. And reporters spent one day in front of his family's home. I still haven't seen his mom or dad. Can't tell me that they're hiding in their house for the last, almost a year? I know there's something that doesn't pass the smell test.
Well, I mean, last week we got emails that provided some additional detail, looking at trying to obtain explosives and things like that. But yeah, I mean, this is now what are we coming on?
Coming on almost a year.
Almost
July.
a year, yeah, just a month short of a year, about 6 weeks before this happened, and we don't have very much to go on in terms of sort of a complete theory of the means and methods and motive and context. And, well, I mean, we're 62 years removed from JFK's assassination, and we're sort of in the same place, despite all of the movie making and storytelling and testimony and assertions. I mean, we're still getting assertions that maybe they're not new to people who follow this more closely than I do, but there was additional testimony from, I believe he was the first black Secret Service agent, a gentleman from East St. Louis, who testified that at the time, the Chicago Secret Service was getting tips about a possible Cuban assassination plot, by Cubans, that perhaps at the direction of Castro. But that's what he was talking about as sort of one theory. So you start with, okay, the official theory or the official explanation of Lee Harvey Oswald shooting down from the book depository doesn't wash with the physical evidence, as you heard from those two gentlemen. And then you start to say, okay, well, so then where does the physical evidence and the testimony and all of the interviews that were conducted at the time, where does it ultimately lead? Obviously, we're all familiar with the theories about the mob or the Cubans, generally speaking, but I'm talking about specific so that you get to an actual credible answer that explains what occurred on that day in November. I'm like I said, I'm glad they're taking it up. Not a conspiracy theorist, but if people are covering something up, if the official story doesn't wash with the physical evidence or logic, then questions need to be continued to be asked, and frankly, for as long as it takes, especially when it comes to our collective government. Craig in Mount Greenwood, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Oh, hey, good morning, Dan. Hey, thank you much for taking my call. Because, can you hear me okay?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right, great. Well, first of all, you're not going to, I don't think we're going to find out all the really pertinent information in that, because, like Schumer already told us, that you don't mess with the CIA. They got millions of ways to do all stuff. But there was something about Pennsylvania that showed us exactly what's going on. And it's two things. They broke down that staging and everything immediately, and they pressure washed that roof. Now, the staging area, all the necessary information to get the trajectory of the bullets, where they were coming from and how many, they broke it down right away. They didn't turn it into like a crime scene so they could really investigate what was going on. They took away all their abilities to get to the bottom of how many shooters and where. There's no way they would make that mistake. That would be purposeful. So you find out who ordered all that cleanup and getting rid of all that kind of ability to collect evidence.
Well, okay. Thanks for the call, Craig. We're up against it, but yeah. So this is the point about Butler, Pennsylvania, the Baker approach. Gather all the evidence, provide the relevant agencies, Secret Service, FBI working with Secret Service, and present a theory of what happened, means and methods, context for public consumption and for Q&A. And the Q&A would necessarily include any questions about the investigative means and methods that were used, and if there's questions about preserving the crime scene and so on and so forth, but that shouldn't take a year. And I understand that this is split administrations, but this sort of has to be a priority. And it's really interesting, the parallel. We're dealing with something from 62 years ago because it was dealt with so poorly then. And now we're seeing a repeat of it in real time simultaneously. It's like look one side of the house, look at what's going on the other side of the house, and learn the lessons so that you can apply them now.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Speaking of Secret Service agents.
Oh, no, you don't.
This sort of what is going on with the Secret Service? The Secret Service continues to
amaze me.
Not exactly inspire confidence. A little bit of a catfight on the Obama detail at 5:38.
But first, let's head into the newsroom and say good morning to John Cruz.
Good morning. 59 degrees in Chicago on AM 560 The Answer. I'm John Cruz, in for Nikki Whaley in the Blindster.com newsroom. Clouds and rain throughout the day will stay in the 50s. A 79-year-old man killed in a hit-and-run crash on the west side last night. This happened in the 2400 block of West Jackson Boulevard. Police say a black car heading south on Western Avenue ran the traffic light and crashed into the victim's white car. The driver of the sedan transported to Stroger Hospital. He was pronounced dead later. No one is in custody as the investigation continues. The U.S. Coast Guard says 3 training flares may be washing up on Montrose Beach. This after one of them showed up this week. There are phosphorus flares that could reach nearly 3,000 degrees when activated. The Coast Guard says don't pick it up. Just call 911 if you find them. Harvard students rallying on Tuesday. The White House and the university are in a court battle over the administration's attempt to block Harvard from enrolling international students. Now, Harvard also facing the loss of billions of dollars in federal funding over its diversity and inclusion policies. And another SpaceX Starship launch late Tuesday, inching closer to potential Mars travel. A successful initial launch, but the payload failed to deploy and a fuel leak causing the ship to break apart. Despite the setback, SpaceX applauds the mission. This report sponsored by Blindster.com. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
Hugh Hewitt always has the biggest guests.
I've seen you talk about Trump derangement syndrome and do so with humor, but it's getting worse. What is it about you that deranges them so much?
Well, I win. They were losing for so long. They're losers. But I win. And when I win, it drives people crazy, and I win a lot.
The Hugh Hewitt Show. Afternoons at 2, right before Sean Thompson at 4 on AM 560. The Answer.
Did you know that AM 560 Radio has a full-service digital marketing division called Salem Surround? If you're a business decision maker, listen up. AM 560 listeners are everywhere your potential audience is. So are our incredible targeting capabilities. We localize digital marketing and put it within reach of every business, small and large, in Chicagoland and beyond. Salem Surround offers AI-powered marketing solutions that reach your ideal audience. Whether or not you tap into the proven live, local, and emotional connection that AM 560 Radio brings, Salem Surround offers a total marketing solution to our partners. All-in-one digital solutions that provide targeted local digital and social media ads, Google AdWords management, website services, video strategy, search optimization, and even a management dashboard to offer you total campaign updates and transparency. Your Salem Surround representative is located right here in Chicago. Experience the Salem Surround digital revolution today. Call 847-472-8951. That's 847-472-8951.
This is a special alert during this window replacement season. Don't get tricked by the cheapest offers and gimmicky ads. Now's the time to see and feel the difference of high-performance windows from Valdecas.
When it's time to consider new windows, siding, and doors for your home, you need to look no further. Sebastian Gorka here to tell you about Valdecas. Valdecas has been the trusted name chosen by thousands of homeowners, and they should be your number one choice too. But what's really behind the name Valdecas? Over 25 years of a team dedicated to providing you with the best customer service experience and products that truly bring value to your home. They are a Pella Platinum Elite Status certified contractor for a reason. They have an A+ rating with the BBB, as well as high ratings and positive reviews on both Google and Houzz. Schedule your free in-house consultation at valdecas.com.
Ask about their exclusive manufacturer warranties and their 10-year workmanship guarantee.
Don't wait. Book today at valdecas.com. For the best in class, it's Valdecas.
Protect your liver and give it the support that it deserves with Active Liver from New Nordic. Find it in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or Amazon, or newnordicusa.com.
Now, your official weather forecast.
Cloudy skies, cool, rain tapering off today. Watch out for some ponding on the roads, high 61. Hard to the mostly cloudy, passing shower tonight, low 51. Clouds and warmer, thunder shower tomorrow, the high 71. And in partly sunny, a thunderstorm on Friday, the high 79. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. If you're looking for the latest news, insight into what it means, and the sharpest opinion, there's only one station in Chicago where you can turn, and it's this one. We're AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy are talking about, transparency in government, the Secret Service, the JFK assassination with files coming out and testimony that has been offered before House committee in open session that gives lie to the Warren Commission conclusions and the implications of that, and the juxtaposition of the reinvestigation of the JFK assassination in some measure, paralleling the alleged investigation into the failed Trump assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania last July. And then we have this. We've talked to Susan Crabtree from RealClearPolitics.com, who's been writing about the Secret Service for 15 years.
Yeah, and she got the scoop on this story.
She's the one who, I think, the journalist who gets the most credit for really bringing to light some of the problems within the Secret Service, the bad behavior, the low morale. And so she has this story from last Wednesday.
It's so goofy.
Where two female Secret Service agents got into a fight outside of Obama's home in D.C. at about 2:30 in the morning. And there's video. There's, security camera footage where the two are shown locking horns. One of them called for backup after they locked horns.
Immediately before I whooped the girl's ass.
I need a supervisor here immediately before I whoop this girl's beep. What?
Doesn't exactly conjure up Clint Eastwood's character in The Line of Fire, does it?
No. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. You could also text us on that very same line. How are they vetting these people that they're hiring? You and I might have our differences, but I never have a throwdown with Justin and start whooping his you-know-what.
Uh-huh.
I wonder what happened. Was it over a guy? What was this over?
Susan Crabtree is reporting the officer who made that "I'm going to whoop her ass" call was upset that her shift replacement was late and assailed her verbally and physically when she finally did arrive to relieve her.
A little jumpy.
Yeah, it's not exactly the gold standard of professionalism, that's to be sure. Crabtree writes, this incident is raising new concerns among fellow Secret Service agents and officers about the agency's lowering of hiring standards during years of a major DEI push. Remember Eastern Illinois grad Kim Cheadle? Right? She was a big proponent of DEI hires. We have to get a certain ratio of men to women and minorities to honkies and so on and so forth. And then she resigned, Kim Cheadle, you'll remember, when you had the cast of Reno 911 trying to guard Trump at Butler, Pennsylvania.
Stop. I know not one of those agents was his height. But this just doesn't ensure confidence in the Secret Service. I mean, their goal and objective is to protect Obama, and they're not really protecting the former president there while they're getting in a fisticuffs outside his house.
Well, it seems that to me there are sort of two categories of problems here. Okay. One, we were talking about the JFK assassination, is the deep state, for lack of a better description. The other that we're talking about more recently is competence. Susan Crabtree, again, she had the story of Special Agent Rashid Ellis, a black gentleman, who, just refreshing people's recollection on this because it doesn't get much coverage for obvious reasons. Rashid Ellis, he's a special agent, earlier this year stated he believed the Secret Service's DEI policies and agendas were directly responsible for the failures at Butler. He also said the agency unfairly disqualified him from a promotion, and he believes quotas played a factor in that. I guess, female quotas in this case. And again, Trump has terminated these DEI mandates and the orientation of these agencies under the previous administration, but it doesn't mean that things magically snap back. I mean, we all understand how difficult it is to remove people from their government positions. We've seen that playing out over the last several months with respect to Doge, haven't we? And also to change the culture within an agency. An agency agencies, but that we're talking about Secret Service specifically, so we'll stick here, that has been oriented that way for a while. I mean, certainly they were under Obama. There was the Trump interregnum. I don't know how much of how much focus on culture change in these agencies was really going on when Trump was trying to get his wits about him in his first term, then Biden, and now, 5 months of Trump. It takes time. And so you've got Kim Cheadle, and you had that Ron Rowe who followed her, who, according to, again, Susan Crabtree's reporting, she's sort of the definitive person here, is still on the payroll at Secret Service, even though he was deposed as the director. And I mean, do you remember how this guy behaved in committee hearings when we were trying to get answers about the Secret Service failings at Butler, Pennsylvania? The obvious ones like not securing an elevated position. I mean,
he was embarrassing.
He did not inspire confidence. I mean, just this back and forth with Josh Hawley to refresh recollections.
So, Senator, when we post up, our methodology is to look at things that can see in on our protectees so that they can provide that coverage.
But why is there not a Secret Service counter sniper there with clear line of sight? That roof has a clear line of sight to the former president. Why didn't you put a Secret Service counter sniper there?
The Secret Service's counter sniper role is to neutralize those threats that are looking in on us from where the protectee is, not necessarily
you think maybe position. You might want to revise that protocol in light of what happened here?
They were protecting the principal, and I think
the principal got shot.
I understand that, sir.
So do you think you might want to revise the protocol? Let me ask you this. Who was the lead site agent who made the decision to leave the AGR building completely outside of the security perimeter? Who was that?
Senator, I cannot give you that name. This person is operational. They're still doing investigations. They're still doing protective visits.
Have they been relieved of duty?
Senator, they have not been relieved of duty.
I know their name, by the way. Why have they not been relieved of duty?
They are still cooperating, not only being interviewed by the FBI, but also by our Office of Professional Responsibility. And we will let the facts of the mission assurance and any further investigations play out.
Is it Isn't the fact that a former president was shot, that a good American is dead, that other Americans were critically wounded, isn't that enough mission failure for you to say that the person who decided that that building should not be in the security perimeter probably ought to be stepped down?
Senator, I think you're using the word decided, and I think we need to allow the investigation play out to include.
Who did make the decision then? If it wasn't the lead site agent, who made the decision not to put that in the security perimeter?
Senator, you're zeroing in on one particular agent. I want to find out exactly what was the entire decision process. So I think I want to be neutral and make sure that we get to the bottom of it and interview everybody in order to determine if there was more than one person who perhaps exercised bad judgment.
Well, sure. My question is, why don't you relieve everybody of duty who made bad judgment? So, yeah, you're right. I am zeroing in on somebody. I'm trying to find somebody who's accountable here. And you're telling me that the person who made the decision not to include this in the perimeter has not been relieved of duty. What about the person who's in charge of the interoperability of radio frequencies between local law enforcement and Secret Service? Has that person been relieved of duty?
No, Senator, because interoperability is a challenge, is a greater challenge than just one person. On that day, we had a counterpart system. It failed.
As the person who made the decision to send Donald Trump onto stage knowing that you had a security situation, has that person been relieved of duty?
No, sir, they haven't.
Has the person who decided not to pull the former president off of stage when you knew that, in your words, the locals were working a serious security situation, has that person been relieved of duty?
No, sir. Again, I refer you back to my original answer that we are investigating this through a mission assurance, and as opposed to zeroing in on one.
What more do you need to investigate to know
exactly what the decision-making process was?
What more do you need to investigate to know that there were critical enough failures that some individuals ought to be held accountable? I mean, what more do you need to know?
What I need to know is exactly what happened, and I need my investigators to do their job. And I cannot.
A lot of people didn't do their jobs.
I cannot put my thumb on the scale, otherwise.
What do you mean put your thumb on the scale?
You're asking me, Senator, to completely make a rush to judgment about somebody failing. I acknowledge this was a failure of the Secret Service.
Is it not prima facie that somebody has failed? A former president was shot.
Sir, this could have been our Texas school book depository. I have lost sleep over that for the last 17 days,
then
just like you have.
Somebody to hold them accountable.
I will tell you, Senator, that I will not rush to judgment, that people will be held accountable, and I will do so with integrity and not rush to judgment and put people unfairly persecuted.
Unfairly persecuted?
Unfairly,
We've got people who are
we
dead.
have to be able to have a proper investigation into this.
That 4 minutes exchange between Hawley and Ron Rowe, that is a microcosm of government. Certainly the federal government, and certainly Illinois state government. But it's a microcosm of government. I mean, it's all of the approaches smashed into 4 minutes, ending with the moral indignation. I'm not going to rush to judgment. That is government speak for there will be no judgment.
Right.
No judgment is forthcoming, and it hasn't been. He's got to do a proper investigation. Okay, we're 10 months in, 11 months in. How's it going? What do we got? We got a CBS story about emails from last week. And classic, just classic. The entire agency is at fault, so nobody's at fault, so nobody gets disciplined.
Right.
Just classic.
Covering their own behinds.
It was this person who made the decision. Decisions make themselves, just like mistakes do. I'm not going to, they are still on duty. They, are there pronouns they and them, or are you just trying to hide their gender? He or she, it's an individual we're talking about. No. It's always a collective. Collective responsibility. Individual accolades and collective fault. I shouldn't say responsibility, fault. Collective fault so that there is no individual fault. That's how they tap dance around this this concept that is always just beyond our reach, called accountability. George in Naperville.
Yeah, back to the Obama incident. I don't recall seeing Secret Service catfights on Jerry Springer.
Well, no, because they had that bald dude to keep the peace. Steve Wilkos?
Yeah.
Was it Wilco or Wilkos?
Wilco.
Well, Steve Wilco. Okay.
I got the name right.
And then he got his own show.
He got his own show, yes.
Because Jerry Springer was such a developer of talent.
Stop it. But those two ladies, I don't know if you want to call them ladies, who were fighting, an inside source told Susan Crabtree that the replacement agent, was only a few minutes late. And the woman officer who started the fight wanted a Dodge Durango, Dan, not the Ford Explorer that the other officer arrived in. So officers apparently have a choice of cars that they can check out when they go on duty. But if that's all it takes to set her off, she's a dangerous person and probably should not be in the Secret Service. But the Secret Service won't answer Susan Crabtree's question. Are these ladies on
Don't rush. We're not going to rush to judgment.
Okay, Dan.
There needs to be a proper investigation.
It's on tape.
Either we got a call, we got videotape, we have two women. This should take about 15 to 20 years to get to the bottom of.
That's how government
we'll be
works.
We'll be having the whoop your ass Truth Commission in about 2050 to figure out what happened outside Obama's residence last Wednesday. Greg in Schaumburg.
Rush to judgment, please. Hey, Dan and Amy, a question to you. Why is not Josh Hawley picking up speed within MAGA world and or anything in terms of rising as a presidential contender? Every time I see this guy, and I've seen this since he's basically been in the Senate, he is really, really good. And I'm just surprised he's not getting any traction. Wonder what you think.
Thanks for the call, Greg. I mean, I think... Hawley is a very good lawyer, which is why he performs well in these interrogations like there with Ron Rowe. And he's aggressive. I don't know exactly what his quote-unquote standing is in MAGA world. I think it's pretty solid. I've been pretty much a Trump loyalist. There's only so much oxygen in the room. There's a lot of talented people that are sort of not on the radar as, presidential candidates. And, well, now we're really talking about 32 because everybody's talking about Vance for 28. So that certainly sucks a lot of the oxygen out. That eliminates some paths for some people that have those aspirations. And Hawley can be a little slippery sometimes, too, like on this whole work requirement for Medicaid where he went south, doing things that are so patently CYA in their nature, politically, as opposed to being this sort of strident, principled conservative he presents as when he's interrogating somebody like Ron Rowe and trying to get to the bottom of something. And there have been many other examples, as Greg sort of intimated. So, he's still a young guy. He's in his 40s. He still has a bright future, I think, because he is smart. But, you got to pick your spots. Ron DeSantis, is getting booed at NASCAR events because he dared to run in a primary against President Trump. So you pick your spots. But, who really is getting traction as a national candidate or national leader for the party at this juncture other than J.D. Vance?
Yeah. We have an update. U.S. Secret Service has released a statement to Susan Crabtree. They're aware of the on-duty altercation, Dan.
They have a top man working on it.
And the Secret Service agents, the individuals involved, have been suspended from duty as this matter is the subject of an internal investigation.
Exactly.
They should suspend the one who started it, not the other one. She was just defending herself. But
well, yeah, they'll get to the bottom of it.
Ladies,
suspended with pay. Check back with us in 12 to 18 months, and then we'll have a new cover story for you. Dan and Amy, Chicago's Morning Answer.
Listen to podcasts of Dan and Amy from the AM 560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
At almostfreeteeth.com, they're dedicated to making smiles great again. If you have medical PPO insurance, find out how you could save 90% off on average to get a beautiful dental implant-supported smile. Check if you qualify right now at almostfreeteeth.com.
Prescription products require completion of an online medication consultation with an independent healthcare provider through the LifeMD platform and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Individual Individual results may vary. Additional restrictions apply at lifemd.com. Read all warnings before using GLP-1s. Side effects may include a risk of thyroid C-cell tumors. Do not use GLP-1s if you or your family have a history of thyroid cancer.
Should GLP-1 weight loss medication like Wegovy and Zepbound cost hundreds of dollars? We don't think so. TryLifeMD.com helps provide insurance access to the leading GLP-1 medications. Visit TryLifeMD.com and check your eligibility for GLP-1 medication with copays as low as $0. Listen to Tara's story after losing 42 pounds.
You just take your shot. It doesn't feel like you're on a diet. What I wasn't expecting it to do was to shut off the food noise. I've gone from 237 to 195. This was life-altering, and if I can do it, I feel like anybody can do it.
Get started right now and check your eligibility for GLP-1 medication with copays as low as $0 at TryLifeMD.com. That's TryLifeMD.com.
The Lutheran Life Communities Foundation supports spiritual care at our 4 retirement communities. Our full-time chaplains provide Christian support as older people journey through the aging process. Through assisted living, memory care, nursing, and rehab, our chaplains walk the path with your loved ones. Please support our 130-year mission with your offering today. Visit LutheranLifeCommunities.org today. That's LutheranLifeCommunities.org. Find out how you can help.
Sign up for the AM 560 Answer Advantage to get early alerts on event ticket sales, special discounts, and contest opportunities. Sign up today at 560theanswer.com/advantage.
Hey, heard you're getting ready to move.
We just listed our house on the market.
Just make sure you have the right attorney.
Doesn't the real estate agent take care of all that?
They stay involved, but you want to make sure you have a great lawyer that's negotiating the terms, helping resolve inspection items, clearing up title issues, preparing the deed and other documents, and attending the closing.
The attorneys at Nauman & Associates in Elk Grove Village have decades of experience handling real estate transactions every day all over Chicagoland. NALawGroup.com.
Don't miss In Grace with Pastor Jim Scudder Jr., now heard on Sunday mornings at 7:30. Tune in and find hope as Jim Scudder explores God's Word and His world each Sunday morning right here on AM 560, The Answer. AM 560, The Answer.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, Southsiders, how many of you rough and tumble cops and firefighters and city workers are going to the Drag Queen Storytime event at the Beverly branch of the Chicago Public Library on Tuesday?
No.
Give us a call. Let me know if anybody needs an extra PHAB. 312-642-5600 at 606.
Today we're going to have cloudy skies, once again showers, cool, a high of 61 degrees, of course. Cooler by the lake, highs in the 50s. It's now 6 a.m. WIND Chicago.
A new way to keep foreign students out of the country. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. The Trump administration planning a temporary pause on new visa interviews for students wanting to come to the U.S. to study. State Department spokesperson Tammy Bruce says,
it seems to be such a controversial thing that's going on, but it shouldn't be. And every nation should take seriously and does who's coming in.
And there are reports the administration plans to ramp up vetting of those foreign visa applicants through social media. And this as the administration keeps trying to block Harvard from enrolling new international students while also freezing federal funding for the university, alleging there's a university's allowing anti-Semitism to flourish on campus and protests endangering Jewish students.
In an interview with the Harvard Gazette, University President Alan Garber says Harvard will argue this week, with a hearing slated for Thursday, that the temporary restraining order granted by federal Judge Allison Burroughs should be extended, offering relief to the thousands of international students who make up 27% of the student body. This as the Trump administration demands a list of Harvard's international students.
That's Fox's Molly Line in Cambridge, Massachusetts. More trouble in Gaza, this time at a new food and aid distribution site for Palestinians. A crowd stormed it, breaking through fences. Then security forces opened fire, killing at least one person, injuring nearly 50. Trouble for SpaceX. Yet another test flight of its Starship fails. It did reach space last night, unlike the last two, but then...
At this point, we are
kind of in a spin.
And the spacecraft was lost. Most of it believed to disintegrated on re-entry. President Trump's getting ready to pardon a famous TV couple, the Chrisleys, who were in prison, saying this to their daughter Savannah in a call on X.
To inform her that he would be granting full pardons to her parents, Todd and Julie Chrisley.
Give them, I don't know them, but give them my regards.
The Chrisleys shot to fame due to Chrisley Knows Best, which followed their tight, boisterous family and their lavish lifestyle.
Well, Fox's Michelle Polino, they were convicted of bank fraud. America's listening to Fox News.
Good morning, 57 degrees in Chicago and AM 560 The Answer. I'm John Cruz in the AlmostFreeTeeth.com newsroom. Cloudy throughout the day, a rain-filled afternoon in store, a high in the mid-50s. A $7,000 reward being offered in the death of a 2-month-old boy, now ruled a homicide. The mother of Kason Flowers picked him up from the care of someone else April 26th. That's when she discovered he was lifeless. The Cook County Medical Examiner's Office says he died from multiple injuries and signs of child abuse, ruling his death a homicide. A Roseland church and the victim's family offering that reward for any information leading up to the arrest and conviction in his death. One of 2 people accused of beating a young woman at an area McDonald's earlier this month, now facing a hate crime charge. This happened back on May 13th in Carpentersville. Kane County authorities saying 19-year-old John Camrad called the victim, Katie Grass, a derogatory name referring to her sexual orientation before threatening to kill her, then attacking her. Camrad was taken into custody, now has a hate crime charge added. Katie now out of the hospital. Nearly 4 years after a struggle and shooting that left a Chicago police officer dead, the victim's wife, also an officer, pled guilty to 1 count of involuntary manslaughter and may end up serving a few days in prison. Jacqueline Villaseñor pulled out a gun, threatened to shoot herself back in November 2021 after confronting her husband, German Villaseñor, over an alleged affair. Now, after a struggle, German died from a single gunshot wound. Villaseñor struck a plea deal, and a judge sentenced her to 6 years and 4 months in prison, giving her credit for 3 years already served. And a surge in stray and surrendered animals flooding Chicago animal care and control facilities. This after resources already stretched thin. In May alone, the agency averaged an intake of 56 animals per day. They're working with rescue partners and amping up adoption events to help match pets with owners. News is a service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Have you been getting high quotes for dental implants? With medical PPO insurance, it's possible to save 90% off on average. See if you qualify today at AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Making smiles great again. A check of your roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
It's almost time for AM 560's annual golf outing, presented by Signature Bank. And once again, AM 560 is proud to partner with the Tunnel to Towers Foundation as they support America's first responder and military heroes, including homeless veterans, and to help America never forget 9/11. It's all happening on Wednesday, June 18th at McCray Memorial Golf Club in Barrington. Enjoy a full day of golf, meals, an awards reception, and a silent auction. Reserve your foursome today at 560theanswer.com/golf.
Progressive presents Employee of the Month. Small Business Edition. Today's recipient from Terry's Tiny Homes, Terry! Sure, as the only employee of her company, Terry was probably the front runner, but saving money getting personalized discounts with a commercial auto quote from Progressive, well, that gave Terry the edge. Over Terry. Terry! Terry! Keep awkwardly chanting your own name, Terry. You deserve it. Woo! Be your own Terry. See if you could save in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
Born on America's darkest day of 9/11, the Tunnel to Towers Foundation has been helping America's heroes ever since. People who put their lives on the line for our country and our communities need your help now more than ever. Join Tunnel to Towers on its mission to do good in their honor. Never forget 9/11 or the sacrifices of this country's heroes and their families. Show your support. Donate $11 a month at T2T.org. That's T2T.org.
This is Carol Platt-Liebau for townhall.com. In October 2023, Special Counsel Robert Hur interviewed Joe Biden about the classified documents found in his garage. Ultimately, Hur decided Biden had behaved illegally but declined to prosecute. He said Biden's mental acuity was so poor that jurors would find it difficult to convict him of a crime requiring willful wrongdoing. Democrats attacked her as a partisan hack. In response, Republicans subpoenaed the recording of the interview, but Merrick Garland's Justice Department defied the subpoena. This was after it had jailed 2 members of the Trump administration for defying congressional subpoenas. History is full of ironies, isn't it? Had the Garland DOJ released the interview recording, Biden might have been forced from the race earlier. This would have offered Democrats the time to hold a primary and perhaps find a more competitive candidate than Kamala Harris. Would've, could've, should've.
A crash investigation does have a ramp closed. We do have traffic service, quick delivery service on the Edens inbound, Lake Cook to Montrose, 14 minutes. Outbound, 13. Kennedy inbound, O'Hare to Byrne Interchange, 24. Slight delay between Canfield Road and Foster Avenue. Outbound, Byrne Interchange to O'Hare, 28 minutes. Eisenhower inbound from Jane Addams to the Old Post Office. No delays in a 30-minute ride. Outbound between Old Post Office and Wolf, a 15-minute ride. Stevenson inbound from 355 to Lakeshore Drive. You're looking at 26 minutes. Slower inbound between Central and Pulaski. On the Stevenson outbound Lakeshore Drive to the Tri-State, you got a 15-minute ride. Dan Ryan inbound, 95th to the Byrne Interchange, 15 minutes. I-88 westbound off-ramp to southbound Route 83. That's closed due to an overnight crash. They damaged the overpass. Detours are posted. It's expected to open at 7 a.m. From the Team Hochberg Traffic Center, I'm KT.
Now, your official weather forecast.
Cloudy skies, cool, rain tapering off today. Watch out for some ponding on the roads, high 61. Hard to mostly cloudy, passing shower tonight, low 51. Clouds and warmer, thunder shower tomorrow, the high 71. And then partly sunny, a thunderstorm on Friday, the high 79. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. Hey, all you real men on the south side, Beverly, Mount Greenwood. Tough guys. The beer and shot crowd.
The beer and shot crowd.
Come on.
Don't forget about Oak Lawn, Evergreen Park.
The whole south side.
Kit and caboodle, let's go. South side.
Your police, your firefighters, your city workers, your tradesmen. Big, burly, tough guys. I mean, except when it requires standing up to the lavender bund, right? They're a little too scary. And sparkly.
Jazz hands.
Drag story time. Drag queen story time, Tuesday, June 3rd, at the Beverly branch of the Chicago Public Library. This is for kids age 0 to 5 and their caregivers. You can't start too early when it comes to exposure to men, scantily clad men gyrating or just engaged in sort of grotesque performances. Join Miss Isabel and a special guest drag performer for a fun-filled story time. Share songs, rhymes, books, plus suggestions for at-home activities. No indication whether or not cornhole will be one of the activities.
Haven't we heard from Miss Isabel before? She sounds familiar. I'm going to look her up.
I don't know.
I think she was supposed to perform in
Thursday, June 5th. You can. That's Rainbow Youth Era's Queer Zine Workshop. Join Miss Haley. Are you familiar with her? Join Miss Haley for a special library edition of Rainbow Youth Eras with a vibrant hands-on zine workshop celebrating Pride Month. A space just for LGBTQ plus, I would say, 2SIA plus. Let's be inclusive here to tell their stories, make art, and connect in the community. Chicago Contrarian posted this. That's where I became aware of it. And posed the question, does Matt O'Shea know about this? He's the alderman, if you're not familiar with the local politics of the South Side, and why should you be? Is Matt O'Shea aware of this? My reply, does he know about it? Isn't Matt O'Shea the special drag performer?
Oh, damn.
Because if Matt O'Shea needs to play ball politically by tucking his balls, he is like virtually every other Paul and city worker in Chicago and, frankly, Illinois, which is to say, happy to oblige. Nothing I won't do to defile myself in order to keep, peace politically. Keep my phony baloney job, no static at work, low cumit through life. Right?
312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. You can also text us at 646. Oh, no, on that same text line, you can text us.
Come on, tough guys.
Well, who's going to go down there? We'd love to hear from you. Or are we inciting violence by even suggesting that or asking the question? And we're not saying take anything out on the kids. I mean, well, because the Downers Grove, there's some parents.
About?
Well, what I'm talking about is when the Downers Grove was doing their drag queen bingo, and we had suggested, I think you were off that day, who's going to go down there and protest. They interpreted that as an inciting of violence.
Of course they did. Who cares how they interpret it? They commit violence, and they say disagreement is violence. We all know this. Well, I don't worry about what's going on between their ears because it's so dismal and uninteresting. I worry about what's going on between the ears of people who know better.
Well, have they not learned anything from the last election?
No, it's over. Trump won. All these problems go away. Oh, do they? Is that what's happening? Schools, all the problems we saw in the schools, for example, 5-6 months ago, they're just gone because Trump. That's sort of the mindless cult of personality, magical thinking that goes on among some on the right. Well, I hate to break it to you, but that's not the case. And I'll continue to break it to you. And we'll just pile up the evidence. And people can be willfully blind to it if they want. I know that's a favorite choice in Illinois because it rationalizes inaction. Perfect cop-out. I gave at the office. I voted for Trump. Congratulations. Daniel Buck is with the, it's sort of does it play in Peoria? Does it play in Wauwatosa? One of those heartland communities that still has good sense, right? Mm-hmm. See if this sounds familiar. Smaller, middle-income suburbs around metropolitan areas where commonsensical people live. And they don't have to concern themselves with all of this perversion and neo-Marxism because they're sensible. They got each other's backs. They play by the rules. They teach their kids the values that built this country. Yeah. In 2022, the Wauwatosa School Board approved a new sex education curriculum. Among other things, it expects sixth graders to define different types of sexual intercourse. God, they wait as long as sixth grade. That's the common sense piece. Kindergartners learn about genitalia with the help of cartoon drawings. And third grade, Kelly Cassidy? Can somebody get Kelly Cassidy on the blower?
Oh, boy.
State Representative Kelly Cassidy, who accuses sensible people, state representative in Illinois, another city girl. She's happy to tuck her balls, too. Accuses people who don't want boys playing in girls' sports of being pedophiles. That we're obsessed with children's genitalia. Right, when it is projection, number one. Number two, it's actually part of their curriculum starting in kindergarten. But I don't want to kick up any dust, and I surely don't want anybody else to kick up any dust. Just sit back and take it. I mean, what's the worst that can happen to your kids or your country? Kindergartners learn about genitalia with the help of cartoon drawings. Third graders are informed that no matter their body parts, they may feel like another gender. The newly adapted units are based on the National Sex Education Standards, which encourage teaching third graders about puberty blockers, sixth graders about abortion, and students as young as kindergarten about gender identity. Dismantling the Department of Education is all wonderful. Maybe this needs to be addressed, too, in the process. Somebody pass this along to Linda McMahon. The red flags appear in more than the curriculum. Wauwatosa is one of thousands of districts that have adopted a restorative justice policy. So something else that isn't talked about as much anymore, but is still prevalent throughout government schools in this country. This is an alternative to traditional discipline structures, emphasizes dialogue over punishment, focuses on revising school policy rather than changing student behavior, right? This is, we're going to end the school to prison pipeline silliness of these decarceration, deprosecution, defund the police leftists. And by the way, this was the approach that was taken in Parkland High School with the shooter there that killed all those kids. Because, hey, no child is illegal. I mean, there's a version of it. So the last thing we need to do is start disciplining kids for disruptive or worse behavior. Mm-hmm. Not to no one's surprise, writes Daniel Buck, Wauwatosa schools have developed a reputation for permissive discipline and frequent fights. Also, this is happening government schools throughout the country. But I know it's not happening to anybody in Illinois. I assume, because I don't see much consternation at the school district level. Advanced Education, Wauwatosa. The board voted last month to close the high-performing STEM school in the district, which regularly ranks as one of the top elementary schools in the state. The Wisconsin Institute for Law and Liberty, which Daniel Buck is a part of, is challenging that. But nonetheless, this is the orientation. This is what the district did. They closed the STEM school. Why? Well, you don't want more privilege attached to the privileged. A separate consulting group's report recommends the district eliminate advanced math tracks for middle schoolers and early entry algebra for gifted students, and consolidate high school algebra and geometry into integrated math courses. Offering gifted sixth graders the chance to do accelerated coursework is, according to the consultants, and you can imagine who they are, quote unquote, highly problematic. Right. This is Harrison Bergeron. Whoa. You're good math? Okay, just throttle it back and go at everybody else's pace or the median pace. We don't want anybody jumping ahead. No, of course not. You don't want to challenge kids in K through 12, do you? Intellectually? No. You want them to be bored. So you don't want anybody embarrassed, feeling like they're not good enough because Joey is in early entry algebra and Sally is not. Yeah, that's highly problematic. According to Daniel Buck, his research, along with a colleague, shows at least 37% of American students learn about gender ideology at school. 21 states have enacted restorative justice approaches to discipline. And cities across the country, from San Fran, we mentioned Palo Alto last week, to Boston, to New York, to Chicago, are axing their advanced curricular offerings. Mm-hmm. So, as he summarizes, what's going on within K through 12 government schooling, not tumors that can be easily excised, degenerative disorders that leave schools hunched and lipping toward failure. And that goes with all of these institutions, too, these mediated institutions, the libraries that everybody has to have, a branch and one in their community. I mean, the age of the internet and motorized vehicles. I don't know why everybody needs another taxing district, but it's Illinois. So, again, more phony baloney elected officials or appointed officials and public sector jobs and the whole thing. I get that. So, nobody wants to bite on this? Oh, what a surprise. Nobody wants to bite on Beverly about what's happening in K through 12 schools. Let's talk about what? Let's just focus our attention on every Trump utterance, because that matters so much more to my life than what's happening in my backyard at my library, what's happening at my kid's school. What's happening at the General Assembly level in my state? Right?
Text message, Dan and Amy, why is this even taking place in a public library? I find it funny that they do not want prayers in schools or public arenas, but they allow this.
Oh, and by the way, the Supreme Court, another disappointment. Disappointments come both in the form of what they do and what they don't do. They declined to review that case out of Massachusetts involving a kid who wore, a middle school kid, who wore There Are Only Two Genders T-shirt to school. The Supreme Court should have taken up that case. The school district in question, here we go again, said you can't wear that.
Because it offends some people.
Well, it's not even that. That's not the standard. The standard is not offends. That it's disruptive. It poisons the educational atmosphere. It's substantially disruptive. That's the Supreme Court standard in Tinker v. Des Moines School District, which is the operative case here. So they did that on the one hand, and on the other hand, they're pushing kids to, wear pro-LGBTQIA2S++ clothing to school. So the lower court completely wrong on the precedent here, and the Supreme Court should have taken this up. And in fact, Thomas and at least Thomas I saw, and Alito as well, I think, said it was a mistake. And I think they used stronger language than that for the court to demur on this case. They should have taken this case up and protected that kid's First Amendment rights per the Tinker decision, but they didn't. So you'll have to battle it out at the school district level, the middle school district level in Massachusetts, just like you have to battle it out the middle school district level in Deerfield, just like you'll have to battle it out at the middle school district level in Naperville. So I guess you should gird your loins, or you can tuck them. Whichever. Will and Skokie.
Hello, as a former Southside resident, I used to go to the Walker Branch Library all the time down there. Beautiful building, really nice old classic stuff. But when I was a kid down there on the South Side, if you flunked, there was shame. If you flunked a course and you had to go to summer school, there was shame involved. We don't have the shame anymore. It's everybody's okay. Nobody's fails.
Are you talking about the kids or the adults that have no shame?
Well, both now, but the kids that had. Well, I'm 70, so when that was going on in the 60s, early 70s, it was that was, if you flunked, you flunked, and your friends got on top of you. It was peer pressure working for your good. Today, there's no peer pressure. Everybody's okay. You can do whatever you want. I mean, it's a shame. I moved from Beverly to Skokie, and Skokie's not that much better, but at least there are people who are sane. You know what I mean? And the schools are halfway decent, at least.
All right. Thanks for the call. Well, you better concentrate on your GPS there. It's talking to you.
Turn right.
Yeah, I mean, well, I don't know, like what percentage of Skokie versus Beverly is sane. I don't. That's probably pretty close, and it probably a low number. But it's not even sane. It's just really. You have no guts. That's what it is. And I know people are like, trying to macho it or trying to, challenge my manhood. Well, what do you call it? And I'm not just talking about the men or dads, but I am talking to the dads too. I mean, what are you doing? This is nonsense. So how else? What else is the explanation? What else is the explanation? And then when if you're honest, when you tell me what the real explanation is, and then you weigh that against the consequence of not acting in furtherance of what you know to be sensible, it's embarrassing, which is why they just stay silent. It's embarrassing because it shows, in no uncertain terms, how gutless people are in Chicagoland, including Beverly, with all those rough and tumble dudes. Dan and Amy, Chicago's Morning Answer.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
Wow. At the time of this being written, both gold and silver are up some 40%. That's 40% in just 1 year. In fact, this past year, gold has broken all-time historic records by hundreds of dollars an ounce. And unlike all other financial instruments used today, that historic record goes back thousands of years. In times like these, prices have never been better on most collector and gold coins. Fox Valley Coins in Naperville is trying to keep up with demand. So they're paying the most ever on not only most gold coins and bars, but also those old coin and paper money collections. They're especially looking for the scarcer dates and higher grade coins. Take advantage of the record high market price and our huge demand now, whether you're buying or selling, or just want to find out their worth. Fox Valley Coins is the place to go. Fox Valley Coins is on Route 59, just 1 light north of I-88 at the Naperville-Warrenville border. Family-owned integrity since 1981.
Everyone's doing it, getting healthy, whether it's losing weight or getting out there to work out. But if you are still sitting on the couch because of chronic pain due to arthritis or an injury, there's help for you without surgery, without drugs, without downtime, and that's QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics is different. These are not quick fixes. This is a revolutionary treatment that works to give your body long-term relief. Now, you'll meet with medical director Dr. Ashley Caravelli and her team. They'll explain how their regenerative treatments take your own body's healing power and helps restore damaged tissue. It's really fascinating. I went to their office in Oak Brook, and they walk you through the process, and I met so many people who are just absolutely love QC Kinetics, and their biggest regret was that they didn't call them sooner. So this is what you do. Say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Find out if you're a candidate. The consultation is free with appointments during the weekdays and on Saturdays. The number to call, 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
Are you looking for a peaceful and enduring resting place for yourself or a loved one? Discover Fairview Memorial Park in North Lake, Illinois, a tranquil haven where your family's legacy can be honored for generations. We're excited to announce the upcoming completion of our beautiful new garden mausoleum opening this spring, offering both above-ground burial and cremation options. This serene space is surrounded by meticulously maintained landscaping and beautiful trees. With limited space available in our mausoleum, now's the time to plan ahead. Reserve your family's place today with prices starting around $7,000. And for a limited time, take advantage of a $500 discount when you pre-purchase a crypt. To learn more or secure your spot, visit fairview-memorialpark.com. That's fairview-memorialpark.com. Or stop by Fairview Memorial Park at 900 North Wolf Road in North Lake. Fairview Memorial Park. Peacefully beautiful.
We always use M13. They can print anything.
They design and price match. M13 does amazing work.
M13 Graphics has helped make our brand stand out. They're definitely the best for less.
Before M13, amateur. With M13, we look awesome.
M13 Graphics, Chicago's leader in full-color design and printing. Set your business up for success with exceptional print products. Turned around in just 24 to 48 hours. Business cards, postcards, posters, banners, brochures, apparel, you name it. M13 will design and print nearly anything for your business. They have the right people in place and a reputation that keeps customers happy and coming back for more. They're a Chicago company that embodies the idea of business integrity. They live it every day. After all, in this country, you're free to do business with who you choose. Respect that freedom. Choose the best. For speedy turnaround, excellent service, and the best pricing in Chicagoland, choose M13 Graphics for all your design and printing. Online at M13.com. Visit M13.com or call now, toll free, 877-M13-1913. That's 877-M13-1913.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer,
6:36, we'll talk to our friend Selena Zito about the Democrats' search for a way back to power, as well as the ongoing cover story that Tapper and Alex Thompson are telling about the Confederacy of Fools that propagated the Biden is acute and probing and exacting lie for so long. That's all at 6:36.
And was it worse than Watergate? But now let's head into the newsroom and say good morning to John Cruz.
Hey there, good morning. 58 degrees in Chicago on AM 560 The Answer in the almostfreeteeth.com newsroom. I'm John Cruz. Clouds and light rain for your morning commute. Heavier rain expected later today, a high near 60. A small child recovering in the hospital this morning after being hit in his own driveway late Tuesday. This happened in the west suburbs. According to officials, life-saving measures were performed by paramedics on the scene before that child was taken to the hospital in unknown condition. The cause of the crash still being investigated. President Trump issuing pardons Tuesday for the reality TV stars Todd and Julie Chrisley.
The president called me personally as I was walking into Sam's Club.
That's their daughter, Savannah Chrisley, reacting to her parents' pardons on Instagram. She spoke last summer at the Republican National Convention. If you still use landline phones, listen up. A new warning about thieves stripping neighborhoods of copper wires, affecting residents who depend on landlines. Copper thieves targeting homes with the older technology. AT&T has said it wants to end some of its landline service across the country, but some states voted not to allow that. News, a service of almostfreeteeth.com. Have you been getting high quotes for dental implants? With medical PPO insurance, it's possible to save 90% on average. See if you qualify today at almostfreeteeth.com. Making smiles great again. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
It's almost time for AM 560's annual golf outing, presented by Signature Bank. And once again, AM 560 is proud to partner with the Tunnel to Towers Foundation as they support America's first responder and military heroes, including homeless veterans, and to help America never forget 9/11. It's all happening on Wednesday, June 18th at McRae Memorial Golf Club in Barrington. Enjoy a full day of golf, meals, an awards reception, and a silent auction. Reserve your foursome today at 560theanswer.com/golf.
This is a special alert during this window replacement season. Don't get tricked by the cheapest offers and gimmicky ads. Now's the time to see and feel the difference of high-performance windows from Valdecas.
When it's time to consider new windows, siding, and doors for your home, you need to look no further. Sebastian Gorka here to tell you about Valdecas. Valdecas has been the trusted name chosen by thousands of homeowners, and they should be your number one choice too. But what's really behind the name Valdecas? Over 25 years of a team dedicated to providing you with the best customer service experience and products that truly bring value to your home. They are a Pella Platinum Elite Status certified contractor for a reason. They have an A+ rating with the BBB, as well as high ratings and positive reviews on both Google and Houzz. Schedule your free in-house consultation at valdecas.com.
Ask about their exclusive manufacturer warranties and their 10-year workmanship guarantee.
Don't wait. Book today at valdecas.com. For the best in class, it's Valdecas.
You deserve a dedicated financial resource. Meet Michelle Ashute with West Point Financial Group, a Mass Mutual firm. Michelle builds lifelong relationships, guiding families through legacy strategies. From grandparents down to grandkids, she helps people secure their financial independence. Her tailored approach to savings can help you prepare for college, retirement, or business protection. Michelle's needs-based approach helps you prepare for all of life's biggest moments. Michelle Ashute of West Point Financial Group, helping you earn, learn, and secure your tomorrow. Email Michelle at mshoot@financialguide.com. That's MSCHOOT @financialguide.com. Local firms or sales offices of Massachusetts Mutual Life Insurance Company. Mass Mutual, Springfield, Massachusetts 01111-001, and are not subsidiaries of Mass Mutual or its affiliated companies. Michelle Ashute is a registered representative of and offers securities through MML Investor Services, LLC, member SIPC. Supervisory office located at 30 South Wacker Drive, Suite 2700, Chicago, Illinois, 60606.
Protect your liver and give it the support that it deserves with Active Liver from New Nordic. Find it in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or Amazon, or newnordicusa.com.
Taking a look at your drive in the Team Hochberg Traffic Center with traffic, a service of Starbucks. Eden's inbound, Lake Cook to Montrose, 19 minutes. Outbound, 13. Kennedy inbound, O'Hare to Burn Interchange, 39 minutes. With the morning drive heavier as you approach Montrose. Outbound Burn Interchange to O'Hare, 29 minutes. Slower in between I-90 and Manheim. Eisenhower inbound, Jane Addams to Old Post Office, a 44-minute ride. Heavier between Reagan Memorial and Harlem Avenue. Outbound between Old Post Office and Wolf, less than 20 minutes. Stevenson inbound, 355 to Lakeshore, 29 minutes. Slower inbound between Central and Pulaski, and the Stevenson outbound Lakeshore Drive to Tri-State, 15 minutes. Dan Ryan inbound on 95th to the Burn Interchange, just under 25 minutes. Tri-State northbound between Reagan Memorial and Eisenhower. Due to the morning drive building on the Eisenhower outbound ramp, you got a slow go. I'm KT with Chicago's Morning Answer next, but now a check of your forecast.
Today, clouds, rain tapering off. Could be some ponding on the roads. Look out for that. High 61. Partly to mostly cloudy. Passing shower tonight. Low 51. Clouds and warmer. Thunder shower in the area tomorrow. And the high at 71. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560. The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. If you're looking for the latest news, insight into what it means, and the sharpest opinion, there's only one station in Chicago where you can turn, and it's this one. We're AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. I was mistaken. Selena Zito joins us at the top of the 7 o'clock hour. So, in advance of that, we'll tackle Tapper and Thompson ourselves. These two continuing on their road show. By the way, Tapper has hired a PR flack to help him deflect some of the negative publicity surrounding this book because of his obvious role in conspiring may be too strong a word, but his obvious role in doing his job, which his job as a member of the D.C. Press Corps and the comm shop for the New Marxist Party is to flack for the New Marxist Party's principles, and that's what he did for all that time, where he's now recasting himself, as is his buddy Alex Thompson from Axios, state-run media, recasting himself as, we tried to get answers, we got stonewalled, and it's this inner circle, this cabal around Biden, they're to blame. Although, I haven't read the book, and I'm not going to. And supposedly he names some names, but my sense is it's not definitive in terms of saying these are the people responsible for perpetuating the lie. These are the people that must be held to account. And last week, in addition to this obnoxious display of moral superiority where none exists, they cast themselves as reformers. This happened with Woodrow Wilson. This happened with FDR. Now it's happened with Biden. Their third party objective scriveners of the passing scene. Now it's happened with Biden. We need to do something, otherwise it's going to happen again. Like they're calling that, they want to start a movement. They're going to open a think tank. They're going to circulate a petition. They're so full of bull jive, it is almost unbearable.
Well, the best part is The View will not let them on the show. They don't want them on it.
Well, right, because
that's great.
They don't want people. Well, they're still doing their job, which is interference for all the principles.
Because the truth might come out, and The View doesn't want that.
And this is, of course, this is Tapper and Thompson trying to make a buck, while also refurbishing their reputation. They're going to be the Woodward and Bernstein of their generation, they think. And as our friend Michael Goodwin from the New York Post commented, they'll call the movie All the President's Yes Men. Bingo.
That's good.
Bingo.
312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. Any of you read the book, or have you read the book yet?
Jake Tapper was on, and Thompson were on with Pierce Morgan. And Tapper has some reference in the book to Watergate, and that's where Pierce Morgan entered, and Jake Tapper took it from there.
Joe Biden is not Richard Nixon. The hiding and the cover-up of his deterioration is not Watergate. I'm not entirely sure I agree, Jake, with that conclusion. I'm not entirely sure.
The next line is it is an entirely separate scandal. It is a scandal.
Yes.
It is without question, and maybe even worse than Watergate in some ways.
Right.
Because Richard Nixon was in control of his faculties when he wasn't drinking, and the idea that we don't mean to exonerate. The only reason that we have the Watergate thing is there because we quote Archibald Cox, who was a Watergate investigator, talking about how powerful the presidency is and how presidents get surrounded by people who have a vested interest in keeping that president propped up. So that's the only reason we invoke Watergate, is just to make clear, it's not Watergate. Right. This is an entirely separate scandal. Maybe even worse. Maybe even worse.
Oh, by the way, the PR flack that Tapper hired to help him, it's the same PR company that represented
who?
Anthony Weiner.
Oh.
That represented Jeffrey Toobin after he got caught beating his meat on Zoom. I mean,
he was scratching where it itched. Oh,
they sort of have a profile. The masturbatory public figure, because that's what this is. That's what this is with Thompson and Tapper. This is masturbatory. In a different way, but the same sort of concept, intellectually masturbatory. So it fits nicely with Weiner and Toobin in terms of the need for damage control. Worse than Watergate, maybe worse than Watergate, but in a different way, right? But then no one can put this. Then Thompson was on with Smirkanish on CNN over the weekend. Nice get. I mean, I don't know how CNN keeps getting these guys. Really, really talented, great bookers. The response from Biden world, and this is sort of a false construct, like there's separation here, but the response to this racket that Tapper and Thompson are running is to say, well, you can't point to a single decision that was made by President Biden that was compromised by his alleged cognitive decline. And so Thompson tries to respond to that ultimately after he gets, through this laborious senior Democrats. What question comes to mind when you listen to Alex Thompson, you're about to hear? What question comes to mind after this recitation of all the people that after the fact expressed concerns about Biden and want to be memorialized as having expressed them in real time?
Members of the cabinet believe that because of Biden's age, that senior people in the administration, people like Ron Klain, were able to steer the Biden administration more to the left of where Biden had been for most of his career. We have Senator Mark Warner in the book, Democrat of Virginia, saying that he, during a foreign policy, national security conversation, they believed that Biden was not really up to snuff on all the issues. We also have Senator Michael Bennet of Colorado, a Democrat, also probably running for governor, believing that Biden's age made him unable to handle the immigration portfolio and all the factions of the Democratic Party, which led to such incoherence with the border and immigration policies of this country. Now, the Biden people can disagree, but these are senior Democrats in the administration and in the Senate, where Joe Biden served for 36 years, that just disagree.
But no 2 a.m. phone call came that he couldn't respond to use that example.
Well, we talked to two cabinet members that believed that he wasn't up to that. If the 2 a.m. crisis phone call, they said maybe he could have done it, but they did not have confidence that he was at every single day capable of responding to a national security crisis at 2 a.m. And just because that 2 a.m. crisis did not happen doesn't mean that it was not irresponsible in the views of these senior members of his own administration.
What would you ask Alex Thompson after that answer? What would you ask Jake Tapper after his, in some ways, it's worse than Watergate riff? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line.
Well, I would ask him, Jake Tapper, I mean, if it was worse than Watergate and you were there to witness this, you had a front row seat. Why didn't you do something, not as a journalist, but even as an American citizen?
Tried to get to the facts. But, as a good journalist, I need to make sure I have the facts before I can launch. Tried to get to them, but I was stonewalled by all those senior Democrats that talked to us after the election. Mm-hmm. That's what he'd say.
Right.
And what's your follow-up to that?
Well, that's clearly you're politically motivated. I mean, is everything you do politically motivated? Everything to protect the shield?
Well, I would say, I'll let people respond to that. Mike in the Loop, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
What we witnessed for the last 4 years, news conferences that ended abruptly, you walking into walls, all this kind of stuff. And these are journalists that have been in the business for 20, 30 years, and they didn't see any of this. If that's true, give them the benefit of the doubt, that they shouldn't be journalists anymore. If they can't report back on what you're seeing or won't, why are they in that business? It's ridiculous, I think.
Thanks for the call, Mike. Everybody has bad days. It just happened that Joe Scarborough and those others that came over the top with indignation to anyone who questioned Biden's cognitive ability. They saw him on good days. They had him on good days.
Oh, that's right.
And other people saw him on bad days. And it's just an honest mistake.
They were the victims.
It's an honest mistake. Yeah. They did. That wasn't my experience.
That wasn't your truth, yes.
I can only go by my experience with the individual. That's what they'll say.
Yeah. Text message. Dan and Amy, Jake Tapper's book is an excuse to attack Trump. He won't fail to cover this administration as he did the last.
Yes, well, exactly. That's something else they said, too, because they're reformers.
Right.
They're intrepid journalists that continue their pursuit of the truth at any cost. Heroes. Now, they're very humble about some of their coverage. Mm-hmm. They made some mistakes, but they're, being the intrepid journalists they are, being the heroic figures they are, they're going to correct those mistakes and then some. They're going to do something about the systemic problem we have in America with the D.C. press corps flacking for the White House when the president is incapacitated in some material way. It's been going on for 100 years, and Jake Tapper and Alex Thompson say, enough! This must stop. Isn't it an inspiring story? By the way, that'll be the Hollywood spin on it when they make the movie.
And they're going to make a movie.
These two are going to be treated like the Elliot Ness of journalism. It's really something. So, Alex Thompson, you didn't have any access to these senior Democrats prior to the election? Or what, they stonewalled you? And so when they say something that is untrue, and then, by the way, there were no rumors about this, and nobody was dishing about this, even though we have all these stories that are in your book. I've read some excerpts that are about people dishing on this story, on this problem of Biden's capacity for the job. But but because everything is held so closely to the vest in D.C., those stories never circulated within your circles. But out here in flyover land, we all knew them. In addition to what we saw with our quote unquote lying eyes. The whole thing is so untenable, this whole narrative they've concocted. It is completely implausible. And by the way, those senior Dems, well, first of all, the idea that he wasn't up to speed on the immigration portfolio and all the factions within it, which is why the policy was so incoherent. That describes that entire party, number one. Number two, where was Michael Bennett from Colorado and others when the incoherent policy was incoherent? Did you not notice it was incoherent? Jake? Alex? Michael Bennett did, so he says now. So was it or wasn't it? How did you report on that policy? Jake and Alex. Incoherent? Coherent? I don't recall Jake Tapper and Alex Thompson pitching a fit over open borders. I recall them running point for the administration on the policy. So we're always talking about the cognitive issues. So what about the actual policies? There was just relentless flacking for the policies. So you didn't notice that somebody who didn't have the capacity for the job, a scandal that is worse than Watergate in some respects, according to you, you didn't notice that the policy was incoherent, destructive even? Didn't have access to these people. By the way, what do you say now to all these people that you interviewed, or about them now? Are they all disqualified from holding public office? Are you going to run relentless campaigns against Mark Warner, whoever those two cabinet members are, Michael Bennett in Colorado, Michael Quigley here, all the rest of them? The 200 mostly Dems that you've talked to, who are all inside the Beltway.
Who all came forward after the election. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so they're disqualified. They participated in this scandal that in some respects is worse than Watergate, says Jake Tapper. So I expect that this purge, this Tapper-Thompson purge, will ensue post-haste, right? Yeah, right. Bill in Dyer, Indiana.
My question is, when did they start writing this book? Trump's been in office for 150 days. This idea came to them while Biden was still in office. Why didn't they say something then? They waited. They waited till they did all these interviews. They gathered all their information. I'm telling you, he was still in office. He was still there. And they just let it go so they could make money on it after the fact.
Well, the other thing, too, thanks for the call, Bill. I mean, this is sort of just desserts for Biden, isn't it? 50 years he was a company man. Kept saying this about him. He was not smart enough to be anything else because he doesn't have really the gray matter for independent thinking or the work ethic, frankly. 50 years company man. And now they're hanging him out as the scapegoat. Right? Mm-hmm. That's what they're doing. And, I have zero sympathy or empathy for that hillbilly crime family from Wilmington. But it's just interesting. You don't think they'll come for you. Everybody's friends. Yeah. All you are is a means to their ends. And that's politics generally. Which is why we should be so resistant to ceding power, to ceding our individual sovereignty to the government. So resistant, just as a matter of principle. Not only the quality of the individuals, but the culture. And maybe some men and women of the left would like to take judicial notice of that. Mike in Union.
Another angle, Dan. So Biden was commander-in-chief. Where was all the military?
Yeah.
Did he meet with some of these admirals and generals? Because when Trump was in office, I couldn't count how many times there would be a general or an admiral talking about the state of Trump. I mean, there's got to be some responsibility and accountability in the military to say nothing with this guy having the bags with all the bomb codes and all that stuff. So just one angle.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Mike. Absolutely. Yeah. Lloyd Austin, Mark Milley. Oh, no. They only saw Biden on his good days. Yeah. Jen Psaki, KJP.
Who saw him, every day, don't you think?
Ali Mayorkas. They only saw him on his good days or on days where he was having good moments. Yeah, they didn't know anything about this.
How could you believe Ali Mayorkas? I mean, he's the one who said the border's secure. So when he said Biden was of sound mind and it's hard for me to keep up with them, I knew it was a lie. It's all lies.
Yeah, that's right. That's consistent. Somebody who says the border is secure as
10 million
people are being invited in and coming is well equipped to say Joe Biden is an intellectual dynamo. Of course.
Where is Ali Mayorkas now? He should repent.
I hope he's.
Where is it? No,
if there's any legitimate basis for it, I hope he is part of the re-review that Dan Bongino is doing of old investigations or possible investigations, like the leaking of the Dobbs opinion and so forth that's going on right now at FBI. Dan and Amy, Chicago's Morning Answer.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
If you have high blood pressure, May is your month. Well, let me rephrase that. May is High Blood Pressure Education Month, a time to raise awareness about high blood pressure and stroke prevention. If you or someone close to you has high blood pressure, also known as hypertension, which is a risk factor for heart disease and stroke, here's what you can do to manage it. Eat a healthy diet and maintain a healthy weight. Exercise regularly. Limit alcohol and avoid smoking. Take medications as prescribed and monitor your blood pressure. And something else many have success with, drink 120 Life. Yes, 120 Life, the delicious juice and powdered mix with natural ingredients that's shown to lower blood pressure. Try it yourself risk-free with a 2-week trial pack. Go to 120life.com and use coupon code 560 to save 15% and get free shipping. They're so sure it can noticeably lower your blood pressure in 2 weeks, they'll give your money back if you're not satisfied. Order now. Visit 120life.com. Use coupon code 560 at checkout.
Hi, Amy Jacobson here. With the crime we're seeing in Illinois, I know how important it is to keep my home and my family safe. That's why I chose Goldilocks for my home security. One of their awesome technicians just came over and gave me a free assessment of my home. They found vulnerabilities that intruders typically look for and created a personalized plan for me. Goldilocks offers state-of-the-art smart home security systems with HD cameras, motion detectors, smart locks, mobile notifications. As you know, crime in Illinois is out of control, and I'll sleep easier knowing that Goldilocks has my back. They even offer commercial security systems for any size business. Tell them Amy Jacobson sent you, and Goldilocks will include 3 months of monitoring for free with any new install. Call Goldilocks today at 708-889-5600. That's 708-889-5600. Or visit them online at GoldilocksInc.com. That's GoldilocksInc.com.
There's a financial article that had this advice about spending money in retirement. Don't touch your Social Security until 70. Don't touch your 401k until 73. Don't touch your Roth IRA until everything else is gone. Okay, so what's missing? Well, you got to eat. Aren't we past the point of our lives when our mommy slaps our hands and says, don't touch that? That's not what you're going to hear when you call Alpha Wealth Group. You've worked hard to get where you are at this point in your life. It's time to enjoy yourself and your money. The complimentary discovery meeting will show you how to grow and protect money, how to reduce taxes, what to do about Social Security, and most importantly, how to build your monthly income so you can have confidence in your retirement and enjoy yourself. Call Tom Fortino at Alpha Wealth Group today at 630-864-6711 and ask for a complimentary discovery visit. You can also visit Alpha Wealth Group at alphawealthgroup.com, or you can call 630-864-6711.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
At 7:07 now, it's time for Selena Zito, and we'll talk about the New Marxist Party's $20 million plan to appeal to young men. 7:07.
It's now 7 a.m. WIND Chicago.
A Russian reaction to a Trump criticism. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. Days after the president called Russian leader Vladimir Putin absolutely crazy and he's playing with fire as the war in Ukraine rages.
Putin's lackey, Dmitry Medvedev, who served as the bridge between Putin's presidential terms, has posted an implicit threat as President Trump is weighing these harsh sanctions on Russia. Medvedev writes, regarding Trump's words about Putin playing with fire and really bad things happening to Russia, I only know of one really bad thing, World War III. I hope Trump understands this. It comes after President Trump expressed frustration that Putin's continuing to stall peace talks while bombarding Ukraine.
That's Fox's Jackie Heinrich at the White House. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky is in Germany for talks with a new chancellor who's a big supporter of helping Ukraine battle Russia. In Gaza, chaos at a new food and distribution center. One Palestinian was killed, nearly 50 injured.
Crowds overwhelmed the position, which is being run by an Israeli and US-backed foundation. Eyewitnesses report hearing Israeli tank and gunfire and seeing a military helicopter firing flares. Humanitarian groups say people in Gaza are desperate for food after a near 3-month Israeli blockade.
Fox's Jonathan Savage. In a further attempt to crack down on pro-Palestinian protests that the Trump administration says allows anti-Semitism to flourish on college campuses. New interviews with foreign students who want to get a visa to come study here are on hold as they ramp up social media vetting. State Department spokesperson Tammy Bruce just told Fox.
Every sovereign nation has a right to make sure that they know who's in their nation and if they are safe to be here, and for the people who want to come to understand that there are expectations when you get here so that we don't have to take your visa and remove you.
This as the Trump administration and Harvard spar in court over attempts to block the university from enrolling new international students and freezing federal grants. America's listening to Fox News.
Good morning, 58 degrees in Chicago and AM 560 The Answer. I'm John Cruz in the Air Right Heating and Cooling newsroom. Rain moves in later this morning, then scattered showers in the afternoon, high around 60. A shootout between two drivers, one a concealed carry holder, ending with a car in a building last night. Chicago police say a 23-year-old man was driving east near the 7700 block of Belmont Avenue when he was involved in a, quote, road incident with another driver. Well, that driver pulled a gun and fired shots. The 23-year-old, who is a concealed carry holder, then opened fire back. Well, the other driver ultimately crashed into a building and ran away. Thankfully, nobody was hurt. The Illinois General Assembly has a May 31st deadline to pass a budget, and there's still lots of issues needing a plan. The major ones including how to fund mass transit in the Chicago area and whether the Bears will get help from Springfield to build a new stadium. Lawmakers working through the holiday weekend saying there's progress but no public plan just yet. Federal COVID-19 grant dollars will run out for transit agencies, including the CTA, leaving a $770 million deficit. A $7,000 reward being offered in the death of a 2-month-old boy. His death now ruled a homicide. The mother of Kasem Flowers picked him up from the care of someone else April 26th. That's when she discovered he was lifeless. The Cook County Medical Examiner's Office saying he died from multiple injuries with signs of child abuse. A Roseland church and the victim's family offering that reward money for any information leading to an arrest and conviction. And bags no longer flying free on Southwest Airlines. They're now charging $35 for the first checked bag and $45 for the second. Months ago, the airline estimated it would save $1.5 billion a year, but could cost the airline $1.8 billion in lost business from customers who chose Southwest because of the bag allowance. News is a service of Air Right Heating and Cooling, offering AM 560 listeners $56 off any service, including inspections. Don't wait for a heat wave for that old air conditioner to break down. Visit Air Right Heating and Cooling today at AIR-RITE.com. Again, that's AIR-RITE.com. Check out the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
Mike Gallagher here. Don't risk losing the trusted news, traffic, sports, and weather you get from AM radio stations. It's time to make your voice heard. We need Congress to pass the AM Radio for Every Vehicle Act to keep AM radio in cars. When internet and cell service is out, AM could be your only lifeline. Text AM to 39179 and tell Congress to pass this critical legislation now. Text AM to 39179. Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month, and you may text STOP to stop.
Progressive presents Employee of the Month. Small Business Edition. Today's recipient from Terry's Tiny Homes, Terry! Sure, as the only employee of her company, Terry was probably the front runner, but saving money getting personalized discounts with a commercial auto quote from Progressive, well, that gave Terry the edge. Over Terry. Terry! Terry! Keep awkwardly chanting your own name, Terry. You deserve it. Woo! Be your own Terry. See if you could save in as little as 7 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
Born on America's darkest day of 9/11, the Tunnel to Towers Foundation has been helping America's heroes ever since. People who put their lives on the line for our country and our communities need your help now more than ever. Join Tunnel to Towers on its mission to do good in their honor. Never forget 9/11 or the sacrifices of this country's heroes and their families. Show your support. Donate $11 a month at T2T.org. That's T2T.org.
Everybody seems to be more health conscious these days, worrying about their weight, what they eat, what they put into their bodies. And if you're in pain, taking pills to mask the pain is not the answer. Hi, Amy Jacobson here. Please listen up. There is hope to end your chronic pain due to arthritis or an injury, and that's QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics is different. These are not quick fixes. This is a revolutionary treatment that works to give your body long-term relief. You will meet medical director Dr. Ashley Caravelli and her team. They'll explain how their regenerative treatments take your own body's healing power and helps restore damaged tissue. So say goodbye to chronic pain and live your best life. Find out if you're a candidate. The consultation is free with appointments on weekdays and Saturdays. Contact my good friends at QC Kinetics. Call 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. Again, 312-809-5955.
Taking a look at your drive in the Team Hochberg Traffic Center with traffic and service of almostfreeteeth.com. Eden's inbound, Lake Cook to Montrose, 20 minutes. Outbound, 14 minutes. Kennedy inbound, O'Hare to Byrne Interchange, a 45-minute ride. 10 minutes inbound between Austin and Montrose. Outbound Byrne Interchange to O'Hare on the Kennedy, 39 minutes. Heavier, 16 minutes between Ogden and Costner Avenues. Travel time on the Eisenhower inbound, Jane Addams to Old Post Office, 44 minutes. 15 minutes in between North Avenue and Independence Boulevard. Eisenhower outbound between Old Post Office and Jane Addams, 48 minutes. Stevenson inbound, 355 to Lakeshore. Delayed 17, so you're looking at a 43-minute ride. On the Stevenson outbound Lakeshore Drive to the Tri-State, 20 minutes. Dan Ryan inbound, 95th to the Byrne Interchange, 16 minutes. I'm KT with Chicago's Morning Answer next. But now a check of your forecast.
Cloudy skies, cool, rain tapering off today. Watch out for some ponding on the roads, high 61. Marked to the mostly cloudy, passing shower tonight, low 51. Clouds and warmer, thunder shower tomorrow, the high 71. And then partly sunny, a thunderstorm on Friday, the high 79. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. Piece in The Gray Lady, New York Times. 6 months later, Democrats still searching for the path forward. So one of the things they're cooking up, again from the Times, the prospectus for one new $20 million effort obtained by the Times aims to reverse the erosion of Democratic support among young men, especially online. It's codenamed. Oh, it has a code name.
Yeah.
It's codenamed SAM.
SAM, short for Speaking with American Men. Ooh, yeah.
Speaking with American Men, a strategic plan, and promises investment to study the syntax, language, and content that gains attention and virility in these spaces. It recommends buying advertisements in video games, among other things, and urges, quote, above all, we must shift from a moralizing tone.
Well, can Democrats buy authenticity?
Yeah, well, that's the crux of it. I mean, the idea of communication channels, you're not discovering anything new. It's the content that you pump through those communication channels. And shifting from the moralizing tone, good luck with that with respect to where the center of gravity is in the party. And by the way, what the I would call neo-Marxist, the euphemism progressive is used all the time, the neo-Marxist base of the party is. Like, for example, David Hogg, is he still a DNC official? Has he been deposed yet? Regardless, David Hogg
like a
was
desperate
on.
housewife.
David Hogg was on with the Breakfast Club, that urban show out of New York City. Well, it's nationally syndicated, but I think it's out of New York. You know, Charlemagne, that guy. Anyway, he loves himself some Jasmine Crockett.
Jasmine Crockett, I love her. She is amazing.
Yeah.
I think that
People want to see somebody who fights and calls out the bullshit, ultimately. I think that's what Jasmine does, and we need a hell of a lot more people that are out there that are willing to do just that and call people out on their BS and not say, oh my God, Republicans are going to criticize me for saying this. Screw that. They're going to criticize you no matter what. So what we should be asking ourselves is, what are we really fighting for? Yeah. Because we know it matters, and I think Jasmine is frankly the type of leader that we're really looking to support in some senses, right? Somebody who is out there that frankly doesn't give a damn what the other side, at least the elected Republicans in Congress, say what they believe in, and at least even if you don't agree with her, you know what she stands for. Yeah. Because she makes it very clear. And people are really craving that right now. They don't want more politicians that say talking points that it doesn't even feel like they believe, or you don't even really know what they mean. They want somebody who's out there that says what they believe and doesn't care what somebody else thinks about it. They want that authenticity.
Yeah, right. Jasmine Crockett and AOC, that should tamp down that moralizing tone. That it will have great appeal to the demographics that the Democrats are hemorrhaging. And another secret weapon they have to appeal to young men. Mayor Pete Butt.
Oh, no.
Of course we should be talking about how, if Speaker Johnson got his way, it wouldn't be possible, not just for gay people to get married, but for straight people to get divorced, let alone like birth control or how he would want to regulate porn or whatever most people would have a problem with. But
more porn. Okay. That's the play there, and then the histrionics too. That gosh, I don't know. Does that sound moralizing? This additional piece, Eric Levitz, who's at Vox.com, it's a leftist outlet. I mean, we've got breaking news here. There's another autopsy that's been done of the 2024 election by a firm called Catalyst that has what Levitz describes as a widely coveted voter database. And here is this comes after last month or 2 months ago, David Shore of Blue Rose Research released this analysis. But these are the big takeaways, and they think they have something here. Number one, Democrats did not lose because their progressive base failed to turn out. No, right. We know. Number two, young voters shifted right. Yeah, young men. Yeah, we know. That's why you got this $20 million SAM project going on. And number three, non-white voters got redder. Yeah, everybody knows this. They just keep rinsing and repeating the results of the 2024 election without sort of any understanding or unwillingness to confront, maybe a better way to describe it, why those results were what they were. For more on this, because our friend Selena Zito is sort of the political whisperer to many of these constituencies the Democrats covet and have lost. Selena Zito joins us, national political reporter. You can always get her work at selenazito.com. Selena, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
How do you think the Dems are conceiving the work that needs to be done to improve their numbers with young men, to improve their numbers or return their numbers to where they used to be with Black and Latino voters? Are they receiving the message?
Well, it's interesting. They know what the problem is, but they don't know, and they know that they need to fix it, except they don't want to stop doing what they've been doing.
Right.
So that sort of math doesn't work out. And it's really interesting to me to see all of the contortions that people are going through to try to say, we still want to be who we are, but we want those voters back. And that's sort of not going to happen. And what, there's been a lot of great things and a lot of not so great things that have happened because of the internet, and then, of course, social media and the rapid ability to be able to be connected to anyone on this earth, within seconds. the good thing is with that ability and that transparency, you can see through stuff real quick, and it's really voters know authenticity. They know when someone's being authentic, and I have to address the idea that Jasmine Crockett is who the Democrats want to be their leader, in that she is not. She is, she's a fighter. She gets attention, and they think that means she's a version of themselves, that it has the same appeal that Trump has with Republicans and independents and Democrats. And that's not true. And she doesn't have that crossover appeal. And it has nothing to do with what party she is or that she is a woman. It has everything to do with she's still espousing the same things that are not attractive to young people, in particular young men.
Well, right. I mean, the whole authenticity thing, it's sort of this which happens in politics all the time. It's a word that has been sort of distorted to mean things it doesn't mean. Like, if you can be whatever your authentic self is, and that can be completely unpalatable because your authentic self isn't that particularly interesting or informed or reasonable. And this is the problem. The problem is that, AOC might be able to be Chuck Schumer in a primary in New York State, but that doesn't mean that she has sort of broad appeal nationally to bring young men and minorities back to the party in the numbers they need.
Well, this will shock you, but do you know who I think is about the best person for the Democrats right now in terms of pulling the party back to where it needs to be?
Governor Shapiro?
No, Rahm Emanuel.
I knew you were going to say that. I knew you were going to say that.
Well, he said the party's weak and woke right now.
Well, people, people have such a short memory in American politics, but no one annihilated the Republicans better than Rahm Emanuel did in 2006 when he was running the DCCC, and he picked moderate Democrats to run in U.S. House races. They just wiped out the Republicans in Pennsylvania, and these candidates were reasonable. They were just like, as people say, just like you and me, right? They had that crossover appeal. And he's not afraid to call stuff out when it looks like stuff.
Well, it's also sort of the lane that he has for his own aspirations. But 2006, well, I mean, I'm not telling you anything you don't know, but I mean, that's 6 years essentially into George W. Bush. You've got a war-weary electorate, and it was a different party at that time. I mean, it was a different party. Right.
He recognizes how to run. He recognizes how to run as something, not against something.
Yes, but this is the whole riddle for them right now, isn't it? It's exactly what you said, which is they recognize the problem, but they don't want to stop being and doing and advocating for the things that they've been being and doing and advocating for the better part of the last decade.
Yeah, absolutely true. After that they won the House that year, they were immediately forced by the left of their party to be not who they were elected to be, right? That's like almost as soon as they won that majority, the next year Obama runs, he wins, and their health care comes up, and they're thrown out, right? So the Democrats were already churning this ideology that wasn't appealing to the last sort of group of people that were going to make them a party that can build a coalition that includes the working class. And at the end of the day, this is all about not being able to appeal to the working class or people who hold the same values, traditional values, as the working class does.
Do you see problems for, I mean, you know, I don't want to sort of whistle past the graveyard. Rasmussen has right track, wrong track, 48% say right track currently. A Rasmussen poll just out, and that's like a 20-year high for Rasmussen from the polling that he does routinely. I mean, it just shows how divided a country we've been for a long time. But there are problems on the horizon are there problems on the horizon that you see for Trump, despite his relatively good numbers, despite the fact another survey out showing his approval rating among Latino voters has spiked up. But despite that there are problems on the horizon, including with the prospect of, you know, the midterms not so far away now.
Well, you know, a lot of politics is about geography, right? And so if your listeners don't know that, I live in Western Pennsylvania. And probably the largest deal ever that will permanently, not permanently, but hold on to the working class for at least a generation was the U.S. Steel deal that was announced last week. It's going to be signed this week.
Yeah.
That's a game changer in American politics. So if you come to Western Pennsylvania or Ohio or Michigan or Wisconsin, you're going to find an electorate that's very happy, whether they are working class, whether they work in the mill, whether they're a farmer, even if there are policies that have been decided that might initially hurt them, but in the long run benefit their communities for their children and grandchildren, they're all in. And the reason is, and I think this is at the heart of why I think his numbers will sustain, is because whatever we've been doing for the past 20 years hasn't worked.
Well,
and they're willing to do something different, even if it hurts in the beginning.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Even in your article, you described it as the reverse of the decline of steel that began under President Jimmy Carter. So what exactly is happening?
So there is a deal between U.S. Steel and Nippon where there will be I forget, I think it was $14 billion cash infusion into U.S. Steel here in Western Pennsylvania, but also in Gary, Indiana. I think there's also a plant in Minnesota.
Well, so right, and this deal, we talked about this several weeks back when Trump was cold on the deal, and he did an about face on it smartly, in my opinion, and I think yours. And you know, it's one of those things that also explains a problem that Republicans do have: the drop off from Trump on the ballot versus Trump not on the ballot, as we've seen over the last couple of cycles, because you know it's what he delivers. He delivers things consistent with what he said he was going to do, and he's always efforting in that direction. And over the last decade, that has built up a great trust reservoir with a lot of those middle-income voters that you're talking about. And the rest of the Republican Party doesn't have that trust reservoir. And so I'll come out and vote for the guy that's delivering for me, but it doesn't necessarily mean I'm coming out to vote, or I'll continue on the ballot to vote for people who I don't really trust or don't think much of or don't have a firm opinion of. And that's, to me, still a delta that the Republican Party has to deal with.
Right. And so there is, you know, people think, you know, they don't think three-dimensional oftentimes. So they think when Trump says get this big, beautiful bill passed, right, they think it's because it benefits him. Well, there's a difference between Trump and Obama. Trump looks at Obama and says, you did not build your party. In fact, you completely bottomed it out, right? With every election that happened after you, Democrats lost more seats in state houses, state legislators, the U.S. House and the Senate, and governor's races. When Trump says big, beautiful bill and gets it passed, he knows that's a legacy that will make Republicans down ballot from him more like him in terms of being able to get something passed, as opposed to laying down and not getting the bill passed. So there's multiple layers to enforcing getting that bill passed. And so, in other words, he's trying to train a new generation of fighters that's after he's gone. So if the Republicans are successful and they do get the bill passed and they get other things passed, then all of a sudden they're a different Republican Party on the ballot in 2026, as opposed to the party that was on the ballot in 2018 and didn't get things passed.
I read a piece you penned recently about, in addition to the Nippon's U.S. Steel deal, the coming energy revolution that's going to be required to support AI, and what that will mean for places like Western Pennsylvania.
Yeah, it's people think AI and AI data processing centers, and they think Silicon Valley, right? That's where it's going to happen. Actually, no. It's going to happen in places like Youngstown, Ohio, and Western Pennsylvania. And the reason is because of the outsized energy resources that are in the Rust Belt. So AI or data processing centers require a massive amount of energy. Like, think lighting New York City. You need that kind of energy to power a data processing center. Well, for AI, that doesn't come from solar and it doesn't come from wind. It will come from natural gas and also nuclear and coal. And there are these hubs of coal-fired power plants that have been decommissioned over the past 10 years that are natural conversions to natural gas. And they're building, there's a new plant not even 20 minutes from my house being built at an old coal-fired power plant now will be supplied by natural gas. There's putting an AI data power center right beside it. That's 10,000 new jobs. That's $10 billion of investment being poured into a tiny little town in Western Pennsylvania. Those kinds of things are game changers.
Although, the flip side is, now this is down the road a bit, but there was a piece in TechCrunch. Big Tech hired 25% fewer college grads in 2024 compared to 2023. Startups dropped theirs by 11% in terms of hiring college grads because AI is doing all the entry-level stuff that they used to hire college grads to do. That is going to, and Elon Musk is talking about the humans versus humanoid ratio, as maybe more than one humanoid for every human. So this sort of 21st century version of automation is coming for everybody as well, including in those industrial sectors.
Absolutely. That is why it is so important that we need to rethink with our school counselors and high schools. Where do we direct our young people to go, right? What do we look at them and see what their skill sets are? We've been pushing young people college, whereas the sustainable jobs, you're going to always need a plumber. Yep. You're going to always need a welder. You're going to always need a carpenter, right? And we have been pushing, we're always going to need a hairdresser. Mm-hmm. Like, these are all the trades, the barbers, all these young people. And we don't put our young people in debt by sending them off to trade schools. In fact, oftentimes, these abilities can be found right in your local high school at the VOTEC centers, where you don't even have to invest in going into a trade school. And so I think we need to rethink. This is I think the fourth industrial revolution to happen in modern history. The second one in this country. And I think at the time when the first one happened, we had to rethink, we were all farmers basically, right? And we had to rethink what do we, where do we put our children? Where do we guide them to? And that was in the trades and a little bit of college. And then we did all college and a little bit of trades. And now it seems as though that like everything else, from politics to culture, we are going back to a time where trades may be a more dominant force. In fact, they still are. Only 38% of people in this country have college degrees.
Right. Yeah. I knew I should have opened a salon. Been a stylist.
You'd be a
to the
great
stars.
nail tech.
I knew I should have done that. Selena Zito's National Political Report. You can check out her work at selenazito.com. Selena, thank you as always.
Thank you so much for having me. And people can check out my new book, Butler, The Untold Story of the near assassination of President Trump on Amazon now.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you for mentioning that. Sorry, I forgot
Thank you.
to. Yeah.
Thank you.
No, that's okay. Thank you.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Have a great day. And she joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer.
Your show keeps me alive during the week. There's nobody I'd rather listen to between 5 and 9 in the morning than you guys.
On AM 560, The Answer.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for. For this free information, call 800-422-1609. 800-422-1609. 800-422-1609. Or simply visit godra.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
7:37. Speaking of that big, beautiful bill, we'll talk about it with Stephen Moore. Ron Johnson's a no. Rick Scott's a no. Rand Paul's a no.
Uh-oh. That's all. That's it. That's the limit. We can only have 3.
Maybe it's starting to get a little dicey. Maybe. Anyway, we'll check in with Steve Moore on that, 7:37.
But first, let's head into the newsroom. Here's John Cruz.
Hey, good morning. It's 57 degrees in Chicago on AM 560 The Answer. I'm John Cruz in the AlmostFreeTeeth.com newsroom. Scattered showers later this morning, isolated in the afternoon, will stay in the upper 50s. A 79-year-old man killed in a hit-and-run crash on the west side last night. This happened in the 2400 block of West Jackson Boulevard. Police say a black car heading south on Western Avenue ran the traffic light and crashed into the victim's white car. The driver of the sedan transported to Stroger Hospital. He was pronounced dead later. No one is in custody as the investigation continues. The U.S. Coast Guard says 3 training flares may be washing up on Montrose Beach. This after one of them showed up this week. There are phosphorus flares that could reach nearly 3,000 degrees when activated. The Coast Guard says don't pick it up. Just call 911 if you find them. Harvard students rallying on Tuesday. The White House and the university are in a court battle over the administration's attempt to block Harvard from enrolling international students. Now, Harvard also facing the loss of billions of dollars in federal funding over its diversity and inclusion policies. News is a service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. What if you could save on average 90% off on dental implants and get 100% of your smile back? With a Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO or FEP, it's possible. Check if you qualify at AlmostFreeTeeth.com. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
Mike Gallagher reminding you that 80 million listeners depend on AM radio to always be on, delivering news, talk, sports, traffic, and weather reports you can trust. AM radio also delivers vital emergency information when you need it most. Text AM to 39179 and tell Congress to pass the AM Radio for Every Vehicle Act to keep AM radio in cars. Text AM to 39179. Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month, and you may text STOP to stop.
It's Reveille. Just a few days ago, parents stormed the Naperville 203 school board meeting to speak about a middle school transgender boy who was allowed to compete against girls in a track meet. Parents voiced their opposition to allowing the boy, who handily won against girls, to compete. Other parents spoke up and were adamant that transgender boys are girls and should be recognized as such. One mother even suggested that the girls need to learn to be disappointed and that losing will build resiliency. So, Naperville, have you had enough yet? It appears that people who had never spoken up about the district's woke agenda showed up to voice their opinion. Where were they 4 years ago when Naperville 203 paid a DEI consultant $175 per minute to criticize white people and tell teachers they weren't doing enough for minority students? The year before that, in the wake of the George Floyd riots, the Naperville mayor at the time kneeled in front of a BLM crowd, only to find that downtown businesses later that day were vandalized and robbed, likely by members of that crowd who were not residents. The question is, are Naperville residents now coming to an inflection point? Are people who just wanted to live in a peaceful city waking up to the fact that the cultural Marxists are in your schools and your school board is unwilling to do anything about it? Do they understand that until you vote these board members out of office, nothing will change? And in order to do that, are they willing to speak up more and get involved in the political process? The other solution is to hope this is an isolated incident your kid won't be affected by. But that would be ignoring the fact that your kid is probably subtly or overtly being groomed to accept trans ideology and DEI nonsense every day in school. So now what? I'm Jeannie Ives. Join me on The Real Story Sunday from 7 to 9 p.m. and sign up for my newsletter at breakthrough-ideas.com.
Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or at your local CVS.
From the Team Hochberg Traffic Center, I'm Nikki Whaley. On the Edens inbound from Lake Cook to Montrose, 19 minutes. Outbound, 14 minutes. On the Kennedy inbound from Montrose to the Burn Interchange, 28 minutes. Outbound, 45 minutes. On the Eisenhower inbound from Wolf to the Old Post Office, 32 minutes. Outbound, 27 minutes. On the Stevenson inbound from the Tri-State to Lakeshore Drive, 31 minutes. Outbound is about 20 minutes. On the Dan Ryan inbound from 95th to the Burn Interchange, 19 minutes. This report is sponsored by Discover. Guess what? Discover's accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. You heard right, 99%. If you don't think so, maybe it's time to face facts you're stuck in the past. Based on February 2024 Nielsen report. Learn more at discover.com/credit card. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now a check of your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Today, clouds, rain tapering off. Could be some ponding on the roads. Look out for that. High 61. Partly to mostly cloudy, passing shower tonight. Low 51. Clouds and warmer. Thunder shower in the area tomorrow, and the high at 71. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560. The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
This hourly segment is brought to you by In the Know with Craig Bolanos, powered by VestGen Wealth Partners, Sunday morning at 10 on AM 560 The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. Only the biggest stories, only the biggest guests, and only the biggest opinions. This is AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. A number of Senate Republicans are squawking about the big, beautiful bill, at least the House version of it. There are some red lines that they won't cross, so they say right now. And so what will that look like? What the Senate is willing to pass and what can then pass in reconciliation. Big spenders in both caucuses, in both chambers. Rand Paul, not one of them. For him, as he explained to Shannon Bream on Fox News Sunday this weekend, the debt ceiling raise, red line. Here's why.
Factor into your calculus whether or not what you do in the Senate can get back through the House.
You know, the bigger a bill, the more it includes, the more difficult it is to get everybody to agree to things. I supported the tax cuts in 2017. I support making them permanent, so I support that part of the bill. I support spending cuts. I think the cuts currently in the bill are wimpy and anemic, but I still would support the bill, even with wimpy and anemic cuts, if they weren't going to explode the debt. The problem is the math doesn't add up. They're going to explode the debt by, the House says $4 trillion. The Senate's actually been talking about exploding the debt $5 trillion. This year in September, when our fiscal year ends, the deficit will be about $2.2 trillion. Now, people used to always say, the Republicans would say, well, that's Bidenomics, that's Biden spending levels. When March, every Republican, virtually every Republican other than me, voted to continue the Biden spending levels, which are going to give us a $2.2 trillion deficit. Now, if you increase the debt ceiling $4 to $5 trillion, that means they're planning on $2 trillion this year and more than $2 trillion next year. That's just not conservative. So I've told them if they strip out the debt ceiling, I'll consider, even with the imperfections, voting for the rest of the bill. But I can't vote to raise the debt ceiling $5 trillion. There's got to be someone left in Washington who thinks debt is wrong and deficits are wrong and wants to go in the other direction. The idea that we're going to explode deficits, and the projections are now looking at over $3 trillion in deficits over the next 10 years, I think is just, not a serious proposal.
Senator Ron Johnson, our friend from the Cheesehead State, continued. I mean, basically, he said something very similar to what he said on our show. But I thought he had a good line that would make a good bumper sticker or talking point at the end here. He was on CNN this weekend.
President Obama averaged about $910 billion of deficits per year. President Trump in his first 3 years averaged about $810. Then COVID hit, over $3 trillion in deficit. It should have ended there. We should have immediately returned to a pre-pandemic level spending, but President Biden averaged $1.9 trillion of deficits over his 4 years. And according to CBO, those deficits now average $2.2 trillion over the next 10 years. We'll add $22 trillion. And I'm sorry, the House bill would probably add, I've calculated $4 trillion. You're saying you have these independent analysts saying it's 3.3 to 4 trillion. I agree with that. We have to reduce the deficit, and so we need to focus on spending. So you don't defeat the deep state by funding it.
You don't defeat the deep state by funding it. It's axiomatic, isn't it? Stephen Moore, economist, author of The Trump Economic Miracle and the Plan to Unleash Prosperity Again, co-authored with Art Laffer. Stephen Moore, Ron Johnson, Rand Paul, they're not wrong, are they?
Good morning, guys. Well, I'm going to put Rand Paul down as a no.
Yeah, well, he's not going to be changing his mind.
Well, unless you do something on the debt ceiling raise, which is...
Yeah, right. So, and by the way, Rand is one of my best friends in the Senate and the one I admire just about more than anyone else. I'm frustrated by the fact that there aren't real spending cuts in this bill. I think I may have mentioned this last week on the show, but I want to repeat it. So under the current baseline, that projection of what, if we do nothing, we will spend roughly $85 trillion over the next decade, $85 trillion. That's an unfathomably large number. Now, under the evil, mean, spirited, cold, heartless Republican budget, instead of spending $85 trillion, we'll spend, ready for this, $83 trillion. So it's not much of a dime's worth of difference, and the spending cuts are not there. The media keeps pounding them for, women with, pregnant women aren't going to get prenatal care, and rural hospitals are going to have to shut down, and kittens will be killed, and all of this stuff. But the truth is, there really aren't very many spending cuts in this, and they should be serious about making dramatic cuts. I mean, there's $500 billion a year of waste and fraud in the federal budget. $500 billion of fraudulent payments. So if my math is right, if you just get rid of all the fraud, you save $5 trillion over 10 years. Now, the only thing I disagree with what Ron Johnson said is, we've got to cut, our way out of this. But the truth is that what's really the most important thing is growing the economy, because if we get the economy to grow at 3 to 3.5%, which has been the average growth rate since the end of World War II, you do start to bend that curve down, and the debt becomes less and less of a burden. So people like myself and Larry Kudlow and Steve Forbes and Laffer, we want to make sure that we pass the best tax bill possible that grows the economy and brings the debt down through growth.
I appreciate that. But something Rand Paul said in the context of his debt ceiling red line is, this pushes off a debt ceiling raise past the 26 election, and it's really cowardly.
Funny how that happens, isn't it?
Right. Well, it's really cowardly, but it's also a good example of why this why Leviathan continues to expand geometrically,
right.
and how unserious so many Republicans are about reducing the size and scope of government, the rhetoric notwithstanding.
So can I interrupt you for one second? Here's one of the big problems. What we ought to do is just say, look, if you've got a business and you're losing $2 trillion a year, you better increase your revenues and you better, cut your expenditures. So one obvious thing that I think everybody would agree would make a lot of sense, why don't we just go across the board and cut every government program by 10%? Okay. Now, could you live with that, Dan?
Yes.
Amy, what do you think?
Well,
we're losing a lot of money. We're going to all have to suck in our stomach and tighten our belt and cut spending by 10%. Every agency, nobody's exempt from this. Except, guess what? The Republicans want to spend another $200-300 billion on the military, on the Pentagon. So they don't want to spend less money. They want to spend more money. The Pentagon is the biggest bureaucracy in the entire world. We talk a lot about government waste. There's no agency that wastes more money than the Pentagon. Believe me, it's 80,000 people work over there. I don't even have any idea. I don't think people have any idea what any of them do. I don't think the military knows what they do. So, there's no reason.
And to that point, so wait, Pete Hegseth is working with the Doge boys. All these cabinet secretaries are working with the Doge boys, and yet then you get to the appropriations part of the program, and all the savings and waste, fraud, and abuse that was identified by Doge gets kicked.
Yeah, no. So that's a big problem because if you look at the times that we actually cut the budget. And actually balanced the budget when, of all people, Bill Clinton was president and he had a Republican Congress. They cut everything. They cut military, they cut, the excessive welfare benefits, and everything turned out well. We actually balanced the budget. But you have to get the deal that says Republicans will cut the defense budget if the Democrats will cut, some of the social programs. But Republicans are not willing to make that deal. And again, I'm for a strong defense. I'm for a robust military, but we don't have to spend $1 trillion a year on the military.
And the other thing that's frustrating about this is, we get the short-term pain for long-term game argument. Republicans make it when it comes to tariffs, but they won't make it when it comes to spending.
Yeah, good point. It's a good point. I mean, listen, the budget is expected to, even this, every single year under the Republican budget, spending increases. I bet most people are surprised by that. What are you talking about? I thought they were going to throw everybody off of welfare, and then no. The budget increases every year. It just increases slightly smaller than it's supposed to spend, and these are these wicked spending cuts. It's very frustrating, and I would have a hard time. Look, I'm a big fan of getting this tax cut done. Here's another one. I know you're there in Illinois. I know that. I know you're there in the Chicago area. But why in the world should Chicagoans be able to deduct their state and local taxes off their federal taxes, Dan? I mean, you live there. If you guys live there, if you want to pay, Chicago taxes, which are through the roof, much higher than any other state except for California and New York, that's your right. But don't expect people in other states to subsidize your high taxes.
Yeah, that's not good. Well, one part of the big, beautiful bill that I love is cutting Medicaid for illegals. But people like Rosie O'Donnell with the Trump derangement syndrome losing her mind over that, put out a TikTok yesterday just, screaming to the high heavens. But that's what we voted for.
What did she say?
Oh, she was just that we have to help all the people that come to this country. Right. We can't discriminate against people who are here just trying to search for a better life.
Name again? What's this congresswoman's name again?
Yeah, right. I know.
What is I forget.
No.
What's her name?
Rosie O'Donnell, I said. Remember she fled to Ireland because Trump's president?
Oh, yeah. Oh, no. Okay. But here's what I want. Because, look, I was on CNN the other night, and they were just pounding me. Oh, my God, all these people are going to lose their Medicaid. And I said, look, you guys feel strongly about this, and one of them was a Democratic congressman. So I said, why don't you put a bill on the House floor that says we believe that every single that 10 million illegal immigrants should get free health care paid by the taxpayers. See how that goes. I mean, come on. I've been looking at the polling. 75% of Americans are against illegal immigrants getting welfare benefits like free health care. So put it on the Senate floor. Let's have a vote.
What's your handicapping of what happens in the Senate and reconciliation?
Oh, they're going to get it. They'll get a bill done. I don't know if they're going to add. So the problem is half the Republicans think this cuts too much, and then you've got a sensible number of people like Ron Johnson and Rand Paul are saying, well, it cuts way too little. So they're going to pass a bill. It's going to be mamby-pamby on the spending, and we will get this big, beautiful bill passed, I think, I'd like to see it by July 4th, but I think it'll be closer to Labor Day. But it will get done because it has to get done, because I always remind your listeners every week I'm on that this failure is not an option, because you're facing a $4 trillion tax increase if it doesn't get done. But why can't they just match some of the tax reductions with spending cuts? I don't understand the logic, especially after Ron Johnson has a good point. You want to balance the budget? Just go back to the way we were spending before COVID.
Yeah, right.
That's
Those austere days of 2019, right?
Hey, Stephen, I wanted to ask you about Trump's delaying the EU tariffs until July 9th. Here we go again, where he's kicking the can down the road, or is there a purpose to this that we don't know about?
What do you mean, you don't know about it? He wants to get a deal.
Yeah, this is a positive development, a big positive development. I mean, there's no question the Europeans blinked. As I always say, the only thing the EU member countries can agree on is they don't want to pay their NATO dues. But it's hard to get. The problem is, Scott Besson has pointed this out. How many countries are in NATO? Like 18, 20, 25? I can't even remember. They keep adding countries, but it's like trying to herd cats, trying to get them all to agree on something, and that makes getting a deal tough. But it is true that the Europeans place a lot of tariffs and a lot of non-tariff trade barriers on American products, whether it's our agricultural products or our manufactured products or our technology. So it's important we get a better trade deal with the Europeans. And the fact is they blinked over the weekend. They said, well, we'll come to the table. And that was a big development. The market loved it. We've seen a big run-up in stocks in the last few days. So I think that was a very positive development. And I'm not a big tariff guy, as you guys know, but if Trump can actually get the Europeans to reduce their tariffs, that's a positive thing for everybody.
Steve Moran, who's the chairman of the Council of Economic Advisors, was on Fox Business with Liz Klayman, and he said Americans won't bear the brunt of tariffs. Are you willing to stipulate to that statement?
What is that? I'm not sure what he means by that.
Well, hear him out. Here he is.
Yeah, well, look, I don't think that in the long run Americans are going to bear the burden of these tariffs at all. I think that's completely false. Because we didn't experience any macroeconomic inflation as a result of the 2018-2019 tariffs. There was zero sign of drag on economic growth, zero sign of macroeconomic inflation. And if you look at the inflation to date, we've been raising tariffs since the first day of this administration, and there's no sign of inflation thus far.
I mean, 2017 was metals, aluminum, it was steel, it was narrower.
China, 2018, 2019. China.
Narrower still. This is 10% across the board.
And let me tell you why. Okay. The reason why is because American importers have flexibility over where they buy from. They're currently buying from China. They don't have to buy from China. They could buy from any number of other countries that we strike trade deals with that treat us better.
But Donald Trump just said Friday, I don't want Apple even making anything.
The Apple thing we've already discussed, but I mean, I understand he's the chairman of the Council of Economic Advisors, so he has to toe the party line, but I don't agree with that statement just in terms of basic economics.
Well, it's funny. What he said is generally true. It is true that we had some tariffs in Trump's first term, and we didn't have much inflation at all. And it's also true that inflation. I actually was wrong on this. I thought you'd see a big bump up in inflation because of the tariffs this year, but so far there really hasn't been a big bump up. Now, the fact is that over the last 40 years, we've had in America pretty low, moderate inflation. Especially from the end of the 1970s. And one of the major reasons for that we've been able to keep prices low in this country. There are two factors that have really driven down prices. You know what they are, Dan or Amy?
What?
Productivity.
Well,
energy costs.
Productivity, technology. Technology is dramatically, like computer costs and all those are down like. The price of those things are down like 80% of the last 40 years. So talk about deflation. And the other factor that has really lowered prices has been imports. So imports have gone at 1/3 the rate of increase as things made domestically. So free trade and technology have been the biggest forces holding down prices down. And so that's why, having an imports can be a good thing, because they make things. If China's going to sell us T-shirts and, computer chips for 1/3 the cost than they make here, why not buy them?
Well, I understand that's Scott Besant's point that he makes. We don't need to be the world's maker of T-shirts.
Exactly. He was exactly right about that.
Yeah, I know.
He was exactly right.
I know, but I mean, the tariffs just one variable here, but the way he makes it sound is like a tax. It reduces the price or has no impact on price, and that's not true.
That's not true.
And by the way,
put a tax on something, you're going to pay more for it. You're exactly right about that. And the other thing is, some importers have flexibility, and some have a lot less flexibility. I know a number of importers that it's not so easy to flip the switch and import from Vietnam or Singapore. So I'm just, it's a little bit of a Pollyannish statement that he made. Here's the way we're going to win this trade war. We need Amy to stop buying those $3 T-shirts from China.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that's I'm with stupid and then pointing to me.
A little bit more, Amy, for T-shirts if they didn't come from China.
I can't stand T-shirts. Don't get me started on T-shirts. Every time somebody hands me a T-shirt, I put it right to the Goodwill or Salvation Army. Even yours, then, that says Proft University. I'm sorry.
Yeah. All right. Well, very good. Gift it to somebody.
Thank you.
Who's less fortunate.
I know those damn Proft T-shirts are made in China.
Yeah.
Are they? I'm going to go check the label. And the left is making a big deal because Pete Hegseth wore a jacket with an American flag that lined the inside, and it was made in Thailand. So they did a whole segment about that. I'm like, God, how desperate are you to try and make Republicans look bad?
I know we're running to the end of the segment, but the other problem is, for people like me, I don't want to buy stuff from China. But have you noticed it's hard to? A lot of them don't have a label on where the stuff was made anymore.
Yeah.
Just a cheap fake.
Steve Moore, economist, author of The Trump Economic Miracle and the Plan to Unleash Prosperity Again. Thanks, Steve.
Okay, guys, have a great week. Take
you
care.
too. And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper. Hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Virago is fending off viruses and making America healthy again.
Hi, my name is Dr. Michael Huber. I'm one of the co-developers of Virago, the immune enhancement cocktail. Virago was formulated to boost your immune system to fight off the viruses that you encounter every day. I made Virago into a liquid formula to improve the absorption and to provide a rapid response for your immune system. Taking Virago every day helps your immune system fight off all types of daily assaults. Go to myvirago.com. That's myvirogo.com and receive 30% off using promo code IMMUNE. And remember, Maha starts with Virago.
Boost your immune system with Virago. Order your bottle today. Visit myvirago.com. That's myvirogo.com.
And use coupon code IMMUNE to save 30%.
That's myvirago.com. Use coupon code IMMUNE to save 30%. Virago and Maha, making America healthy again.
Hi, everyone. I'm Gary Sinise. Please join me and the Lieutenant Dan Band as we return to Cantini Park in Wheaton, Illinois. We will be rocking for our vets on July 12th for the West Suburban Foundation Concert for Charity, saluting our veterans and supporting your veteran community. We're looking forward to seeing everyone again. It's been a long time since we've been at Cantini Park. I'm very much looking forward to it, and I'm looking forward to rocking for our vets together.
Get your tickets today at 560theanswer.com/vets.
Salem News Channel is America's fastest growing conservative TV network.
It's an absolute crazy day.
Home to the largest lineup of free speech champions anywhere. Delivering in-depth insight and unapologetic opinion on today's biggest news stories.
Americans aren't going to put up with this anymore.
SNC brings you the news that matters, told with integrity and clarity. Watch Salem News Channel free 24/7 on your television. Stream now on Xumo Play.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
At the top of the 8 o'clock hour, 8:08, we'll talk to former Harvard law professor Alan Dershowitz.
Yes.
We'll ask him a little bit about Harvard vis-a-vis the Trump administration. But also, he's got a new book entitled The Preventative State, the balancing of government preventing harms while preserving individual rights. A new jurisprudence is required, says Professor Dershowitz. We'll discuss it with him at 8:08.
But now into the newsroom we go. It is 8 a.m. WIND Chicago.
Russia thanks President Trump. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News, for what a spokesman calls his tremendous effort trying to broker a peace settlement with Ukraine. The day after one of Russia's leaders, Dmitry Medvedev, gave a veiled World War III threat, reacting to President Trump calling President Vladimir Putin crazy and playing with fire.
Trump envoy General Keith Kellogg responded to Medvedev's threat, writing, "Stoking fears of World War III is an unfortunate, reckless comment by Dmitry Medvedev and unfitting of a world power. President Trump is working to stop this war and end the killing as we await receipt of the Russian memorandum term sheet that you promised a week ago. Ceasefire now."
Fox's Jackie Heinrich at the White House. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky is in Germany, signing new military agreements and talks with a new chancellor who's a big supporter of helping defend Ukraine against Russia's invasion. The Trump administration wants to put foreign students who come to the U.S. to study under more scrutiny with enhanced vetting, putting on hold for now new visa interviews.
We will use and have been using every tool in our tool chest to make sure that we know who it is that wants to come into this country and if they should be allowed to come in.
State Department spokesperson Tammy Bruce tells Fox those students can still apply. As the administration and Harvard battle in court over the attempt to prevent the university from enrolling new international students and over federal grant money to Harvard being frozen, all over allegations it allows anti-Semitism on campus, putting Jewish students at risk. Another failure for SpaceX, testing its new Starship rocket. After two earlier flights this year exploded over the Atlantic, the one launched last night in Texas did reach space, but
high above the Earth, the main ship's payload door failed to open properly, which prevented SpaceX from deploying simulated Starlink satellites. Moments later, a propellant leak caused Starship to lose its ability to maneuver. The spacecraft began tumbling out of control and burned up during re-entry.
That's Fox's Jonathan Savage, or rather, Jonathan Seri. America's listening to Fox News.
Good morning, 58 degrees in Chicago on AM 560 The Answer. I'm John Cruz in the Goldilocks newsroom. Light drizzle heading in this morning, heavier rain around lunchtime, scattered showers this afternoon. One of two people accused of beating a young woman at an area McDonald's earlier this month now facing a hate crime charge. This happened back on May 13th in Carpentersville. Kane County authorities say a 19-year-old John Camrad called that victim, Katie Grass, a derogatory name referring to her sexual orientation before threatening to kill her, then attacking her. Camrad, taken into custody, now has a hate crime charge added. Katie now out of the hospital. Nearly 4 years after a struggle and shooting that left a Chicago police officer dead, the victim's wife, also a police officer, pled guilty to one count of involuntary manslaughter and may end up serving a few days in prison. Jacqueline Villaseñor pulled out a gun and threatened to shoot herself back in November 2021 after confronting her husband, German Villaseñor, over an alleged affair. After a struggle, German died from a single gunshot wound. Villaseñor struck a plea deal, and a judge sentenced her to 6 years and 4 months in prison, giving her credit for 3 years already served. A shootout between two drivers, one of them a concealed carry license holder. Chicago police say a 23-year-old man driving east near the 7700 block of Belmont Avenue when he was involved in a, quote, road incident with another driver. Well, that other driver pulled a gun and fired shots. The 23-year-old then opened fire back. The other driver ultimately crashed into a building and ran off. Thankfully, nobody was hurt. And a surge in surrendered animals flooding Chicago animal care and control facilities. This after resources already stretched thin. In May alone, the agency averaging an intake of 56 animals per day. They're working with rescue partners and amping up adoption events to help match pets with owners. News, a service of Goldilocks, offering Chicagoland state-of-the-art smart security systems to protect your home or business. AM 560 listeners receive 3 months of monitoring free with new installs. Get peace of mind by calling Goldilocks at 708-889-5600. Again, that's 708-889-5600. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes. Now time for the AM 560 Business Beat, sponsored by Signature Bank.
I'm Charles Payne, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Macy's is lowering its forecast for the year. Earnings came in better than expected, though sales were mixed. Shoppers are spending cautiously. That's resulting in discounts. Sales at Macy's were down in the recent quarter, though sales rose at Bloomingdale's and Blue Mercury. Macy's says it's accounting for tariffs, moderation in consumer discretionary spending, and the heightened competitive promotional landscape. General Motors is changing plans for its engine plant in Buffalo, New York. It was planning to produce electric vehicle motors. Instead, it will make V8 engines used in trucks and SUVs. And Honeywell is expected to make changes, including adding an executive from investment firm Elliott to its board. Elliott last year purchased a more than $5 billion stake in Honeywell. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Jenny Coselda, invested in you.
Charlie Kirk sees the president making strategic moves.
China needs Saudi Arabia. China needs Qatar. China needs the United Arab Emirates. But if President Trump, being the master statesman, is able to negotiate some friendship and some relationship with these Gulf states, he's then able to diplomatically ice out China when China needs these three actors.
The Charlie Kirk Show, weekdays at 11, right before Hugh Hewitt at 2 on AM 560. The Answer. Enjoy uninterrupted programming from Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson around the clock, all day, every day, including daily replays of Chicago's Morning Answer on Dan and Amy 24/7. Listen now at danandamy247.com. Gain insight into building strong marriages and raising godly children with Focus on the Family with Jim Daly each weekday at 11:30 a.m. on our sister station, AM 1160. Hope for your life.
A world without signs. It's hard to imagine. No directions, no branding or identity for businesses. But over 70 years ago, Rhoda was built and has been helping Chicagoland businesses get noticed on the street, on the job site, and on the move. Family-owned and fiercely focused on quality, Rhoda delivers custom signs, vehicle wraps, wall graphics, and more with fast lead times and real service. From design to print and fabrication to installation, we handle every step so you don't have to. Whether you need a logo on your building, a message on your fleet, or a bold presence at your next event, Rhoda makes it happen. Check out the possibilities at Rhoda.com. That's ROEDA.com. To schedule your consult today, Rhoda.com. Rhoda, signs, print, service. We don't just make signs, we get you recognized.
It's almost time once again for the annual AM 560 Golf Outing, presented by Signature Bank. And this year, AM 560 is proud to partner with the Tunnel to Towers Foundation to help them support America's first responder and military heroes, including homeless veterans, and to help America never forget 9/11. This year, our golf outing is happening on Wednesday, June 18th at McRae Memorial Golf Club in Barrington. When you purchase a foursome to join us, you'll enjoy a full day of golf, meals, an awards reception, and a silent auction. And if you're a business owner, when you purchase a foursome, you'll also receive an AM 560 marketing campaign, which includes 25 one-minute commercials to air on AM 560 Monday through Friday between 5 a.m. and 8 p.m., and a free digital marketing analysis. Reserve your foursome today at 560theanswer.com/golf. That's 560theanswer.com/golf. Sponsored in part by Quick Delivery Service and by State Farm Insurance Agent Anthony DeGrotto.
Progressive presents Employee of the Month. Small Business Edition. Today's recipient from Terry's Tiny Homes, Terry! Sure, as the only employee of her company, Terry was probably the front runner, but saving money getting personalized discounts with a commercial auto quote from Progressive, well, that gave Terry the edge. Over Terry.
Terry!
Keep awkwardly chanting your own name, Terry. You deserve it. Woo! Be your own Terry. See if you could save in as little as 7 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
Born on America's darkest day of 9/11, the Tunnel to Towers Foundation has been helping America's heroes ever since. People who put their lives on the line for our country and our communities need your help now more than ever. Join Tunnel to Towers on its mission to do good in their honor. Never forget 9/11 or the sacrifices of this country's heroes and their families. Show your support. Donate $11 a month at T2T.org. That's T2T.org.
If you're trying to get through your daily activities and you're noticing you can't because you're focusing more on your pain than being able to enjoy the moment, those are the patients that we're looking to treat because we can make a difference.
That's Dr. Ashley Caravelli, Chicago's medical director for QC Kinetics.
What we're doing at QC Kinetics is offering treatments that help with joint preservation. We use cutting-edge technology and in our in-house lab to harness your body's natural healing powers and target the areas where you need them the most.
These are regenerative, non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Weekend appointments available. Call now. 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
Taking a look at your drive in the Team Hochberg Traffic Center with traffic, a service of almostfree.com. 22 minutes, Eden's inbound, Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 26 minutes. We do have rain, some wet roads, and then drivers have the dry roads. And on the Kennedy inbound, O'Hare to Byrne Interchange, 68 minutes. Outbound, Byrne Interchange to O'Hare, 52 minutes. Travel time on the Eisenhower between the Jane Addams. This is inbound to the old post office, 74 minutes. Add this, there's a crash on the Eisenhower inbound off-ramp to Manheim involving a downed light pole. And Eisenhower outbound old post office Jane Addams, 64 minutes. Stevenson inbound 355 to Lakeshore, 65 minutes. A sea of red lights between First Avenue and Damon. Stevenson outbound Lakeshore Drive to Tri-State, 30 minutes. On the Dan Ryan inbound 95th to the Byrne Interchange, we're looking at 28 minutes. I'm KT. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. But now, let us check your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Cloudy skies, cool, rain tapering off today. Watch out for some ponding on the roads, high 61. Partly to mostly cloudy, passing shower tonight, low 51. Clouds and warmer, thunder shower tomorrow, the high 71. And then partly sunny, a thunderstorm on Friday, the high 79. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. Apparently, we're not going to have Alan Dershowitz today.
No.
We'll turn our attention to a problem that exists at Harvard and on the college campus. We're all on one now. And in general, in privileged elite circles. Good piece by Bethany Mandel in the New York Post. Climate extremists make our kids despair and groom them to join the left's crusades. Yes. The crossover where you see the grievance politics of identitarians and eco-supremacists. You'll see them spreading out into a range of causes. Case in point, Bethany Mandel points out Ramona Sarsgaard. I wasn't familiar with her until this piece. I mean, I know Sarsgaard, but she's the daughter of actors Maggie Gyllenhaal and Peter Sarsgaard. She was one of the skulls full of mush, to borrow a Rushism, arrested at Columbia University for criminal trespass during a pro-Hamas protest. When they took over the library there, remember? She's been a committed climate crusader since childhood.
Oh.
At 13, she gave a speech at Amnesty International's Ambassador of Conscience award ceremony. I was unable to attend. In honor of Greta. Mandel writes, like Thunberg, Ramona has built her identity around the belief that climate catastrophe is not only inevitable, but imminent. Run for Congress. She marched in the youth climate strike in New York, and according to her mom, that'd be Maggie Gyllenhaal, is among many children who are, quote, aren't able to push out of their minds the dire situation that we're in. You think that says receded, like the polar caps, but it hasn't. Mandel argues an entire generation has been raised to believe they're living through the end of the world, and their mental health reflects it. Violet Affleck, as in Jennifer Garner and Ben Affleck's daughter, published an essay in Yale University's Global Health Review describing the heated conflict with her mother earlier this year. I spent the January fires in L.A. arguing with my mom in a hotel room, she wrote. As a lifelong Angelina and climate-literate member of Gen Z, my question had not been whether the Palisades would burn, but when. Climate change is, quote, an existential and accelerating crisis, says Yale undergrad Violet Affleck. Well, probably gets that nonsense from her dad. This is really interesting. At Yale, it's not just Harvard or the Ivy League, but at Yale, an advice column in a Yale newsletter instructed parents and caregivers to lead even the youngest children through therapeutic climate exercises, like imagining their favorite animal being impacted by climate change and speaking from the animal's perspective. And it is interesting that she calls it grooming, because this is very similar to the LGBTQIA2S++++ approach, the drag queen story hours that are for ages 0 to 5.
Which is taking place at Beverly on Tuesday from 10:30 to 11:30.
Mandel writes, imagine the conversation with your 4-year-old. This is an actual thing. At Yale, a advice column in a Yale newsletter. Quoting, think of Peter Rabbit. Now imagine Peter has run out of food and dies because he's too thirsty, has no grass to eat, and no shade to take refuge in as temperatures soar. This is a discussion you're going to have with your 4-year-old. Because Peter Rabbit, Dad, why'd you kill Peter Rabbit? Mandel writes, you couldn't come up with a more traumatic lesson for a young child to engage in if you tried, yet the experts at Yale recommend it as a therapeutic template to explain to children that the world is ending. And this approach, of course, contributes, along with things like COVID shutdowns, to the declining mental health of this younger cohort. In 2021, now you have to factor in the lockdowns I just mentioned, but this is specific. A global 2021 study on climate anxiety found that in 31 of 32 countries, distress about climate change was linked to poorer mental health. In another survey, 10,000 young people across 10 nations, 3/4 said, quote, the future is frightening, and more than half believe that humanity is doomed.
312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. You could call us or text us.
And what are the adults doing? The adults in these elite institutions, and frankly, non-elite institutions, so-called elite, they're amplifying climate alarmism. They're exacerbating the fear. I mean, do you want young people to sort of like go bravely into the world, right? Instead of be cowering and nihilistic because what's the point? The world is ending by 2030.
That's why we were told not to have more than 2 or 3 kids, because you'll hurt the environment. Diapers in the landfill, Dan. That's what they told us.
A pair of Stanford University psychiatrists discussing the 2021 anxiety study that was cited. Now you institutionalize it. It's an affliction. It's climate distress. It's a troubling blend of dread, sadness, powerlessness, and anger. The psychiatrist from Stanford, it's a normal and appropriate thing to feel in the face of hurricanes, droughts, and floods, and clear evidence that our planetary boundaries are being overshot. Well, none of that's true. As Bethany Mandel writes, these experts are reporting on the very fire they helped start. Sarsgaard, Thunberg, Affleck, the natural products of a culture that fed kids a steady diet of existential panic. And here we go again. It's those from quote-unquote privileged backgrounds that are driving it, just as they're driving this pro-Hamas grotesqueness on college campuses. She writes about these three. The first two are already boast criminal records, Sarsgaard and Thunberg, and Affleck, by her own account, has become so unbearable a scold that her family may opt to shelter in place the next time disaster threatens, rather than crowd in a cramped hotel room with her truculent present. That's according to Violet Affleck. According to her parents. Wow, Benny can't even stand her. They represent an entire generation driven off the deep end by their own manufactured anxiety. We told the kids the world was ending, and they listened. Familiar exposure to this with your kids as they matured over, say, the last decade? Concurrent with Greta Thunberg's rise into some sort of climatologist and social conscience of the Western world. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. I do have some good news for the anxiety-riddled youngsters.
What's the thing?
The University of Helsinki, that's in Finland. Spent 2 months on the Antarctic Peninsula measuring the air around a colony of 60,000 penguins, and found that their excrement may help cool the Earth. Not a joke.
Really, how do we
the journal
capitalize on this?
Published in the journal Communications, Earth, and Environment. I let my subscription lapse, unfortunately. The study says the ammonia in penguin poop reacts with sulfuric gas emitted by phytoplankton in the area to form aerosols which reflect the sun and help cool the planet. So we're just a few tons of, or a few 100,000 tons of penguin poop away from. Maybe we start, maybe you start coating the kids in it, or
put it on your face as a facial.
Well, or the schools, all of our civic. You just start coating it to help to reduce carbon footprint, to help form these aerosols. We need to start importing more penguin poop from the Antarctic, and maybe Sarsgaard and Greta and Violet Affleck can get about that business. We're just a little more penguin poop away from saving the planet. See, we have solutions here. Mike in Deerfield, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hi, Dan. I consider myself, somewhat of a balanced person, and I'm a steward of the environment, and I believe that, the oceans don't circulate as well when they're warmer. However, I also read a lot, and I think I read that Antarctica gained like a million square miles of ice or something this winter, which was the first time it had gained ice in the recent past. Did anybody else read that?
Yeah, that's right.
We did. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I did. Yeah.
Yeah,
that's a good. Right. But did you hear about that on the mainstream media? Oh no, because it goes against the narrative. We're destroying Mother Earth.
I can't remember where I read it, but these 4-year-olds should get that side of the story too.
Yes. Well, maybe, thanks for the call, Mike. Maybe we can have another, Yale can platform this. You do an exercise where you are one of those penguins in the Antarctic talking about the power of your poop. Instead of channeling Peter Rabbit and putting yourself in Peter Rabbit's shoes, David in Winnetka.
Hey, good morning. It's not why I called, but to comment on the last gentleman's thing, yes, there's something called the conveyor belt that runs along the ocean, and when that happens, it's cyclical science, and it creates, a much warmer atmosphere, and that's why things get hot. It's science. That's why we're getting hot. It's not got anything to do with anything else. But at any rate, when you can get a group of kids to believe that the Holocaust didn't take place, but that the world is going to explode, it definitely is the end of the world. However, it has nothing to do with climate change. That's
Thanks, David. Pete in Elburn.
An amendment to the Green New Deal now that this information's out. With the cows giving off the methane gas and whatnot. Mm-hmm. Well, all we got to do is just replace our agriculture with penguins and start eating penguins.
Yes, right, exactly.
Well,
we just change our.
We'd all be doing a real good thing every time we had penguin wings. I mean, I think those wings ought to be pretty damn. Well, you know what they taste like, as they say.
What?
They taste like chicken.
Exactly. Put a little Frank's hot sauce on those penguin wings, and you're good to go.
Oh.
Dan and Amy, Chicago's Morning Answer.
Connect with Dan and Amy on the AM 560 The Answer mobile app. Just text the word app to 64636 to download the app today.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. That does give us certain advantages, for example, in focus and resources. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. If you're a guy facing divorce, remember, Cordell & Cordell, a partner you can count on.
2815 Old Jacksonville, Springfield. CordellCordell.com.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
All right. Crime in Illinois, as you know, is out of control, despite what Mayor Johnson says that crime is down 22%. Bah humbug. Just heard some shots being fired last night. So, Chicago, they have armed break-ins, home invasions, and it's going through the suburbs too. So criminals are looking for easy targets. They're getting more coordinated and bolder, even entering homes with families inside. They watch you first, then see your routine, and when they decide to make their move, there's really no warning. And I know criminals are looking for unsecured homes, and that's why I chose Goldilocks for my home security. Goldilocks' state-of-the-art smart home security system doesn't just record crime, it prevents it. With Goldilocks real-time monitoring, the police are notified immediately, and every second counts. Goldilocks has given my family much-needed peace of mind, and it's great because the doorbell system, even sitting here in the studio yesterday, someone knocked on the door, right, Justin? And I was able to talk to that individual via my phone to ask them what they're doing there. Love Goldilocks. They're like-minded individuals. They don't only do home security, but they offer commercial security as well. They have hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, and they have been serving Chicago and the Chicagoland area since 1981. When you call for your free estimate, when they come on over to your house, ask them why they're called Goldilocks, too. It's a great story. And if you tell them Amy Jacobson sent you, Goldilocks will include 3 months of monitoring for free with any new install. Call them today, 708-889-5600. That's 708-889-5600. Again, 708-889-5600. Or visit them online at GoldilocksInc.com.
Your life and your loved ones' lives depends on what you've done to prepare. Disasters, shortages, supply chain failures, they're not ifs, they're wins. Don't be left without life-saving medication. The Jace case is a prescribed set of emergency antibiotics, life-saving medications you have on hand before you need them, offering peace of mind, no panicking, fast, affordable, and could save your life. Go to JASE.com. Use code RADIO for a discount because once the shelves are empty, it's already too late.
Salem News Channel is America's fastest growing conservative TV network.
It's an absolute crazy day.
Home to the largest lineup of free speech champions anywhere. Delivering in-depth insight and unapologetic opinion on today's biggest news stories.
Americans aren't going to put up with this anymore.
SNC brings you the news that matters, told with integrity and clarity. Watch Salem News Channel free 24/7 on your television. Stream now on Pluto TV.
Listen up, if you want to send your child to a private school, it's simple. Just visit ChicagolandSchoolVouchers.com. Tell us which private school you want to send your child to. Then we contact the school on your behalf and work to secure a voucher for half off the first year of tuition. typically saving thousands of dollars for families. Now, this program only applies to new students who are not currently enrolled in the school. So if you've been considering sending your child to a private school and thought that maybe it was financially out of reach, just go to chicagolandschoolvouchers.com to learn more and to start the process today. That's chicagolandschoolvouchers.com. Does your garage floor look bad, cracked, or stained from Chicago's brutal winters? Contact my good friends at Level 10 Coatings. Level 10 brought my garage floor from dirty, gross, to showroom shiny new in just one day. Level 10 Coatings can do the same for you. A quick and easy fix, gleaming permanent solution. Guaranteed to never crack or chip. Mention me, Amy, for $500 off. Get it done now so you can enjoy your garage all summer long. Level 10 uses polyurea, which is superior to epoxy. One day and they're gone. They'll even help move your stuff out of your garage. Schedule your free quote today and mention Amy to receive $500 off. Just visit level10coatings.com. Level10coatings.com or call 855-510-2628. Again, that's 855-510-2628. Level 10 Coatings, your premier concrete coating experts.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank that cares about your business and is invested in your success. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
Hi, I'm Chris Johnson, CEO of Classic Cinemas and proud customer of Signature Bank. We are a local family-owned business that is known for free refills on all sizes of popcorn, soft drinks, and ices. With over 9,000 heated recliners in 16 locations, we marry the traditions of the past with today's state-of-the-art technology. Throw in a 30-minute guarantee and an after-movie mint, and you have the perfect night out. As we strive to make every guest our priority, Signature Bank does the same with their customers. The team at Signature Bank is interested in taking my company forward. They have all the resources and solutions of the big banks, but they customize their offerings to meet my business needs. The customer always comes first with Signature Bank.
Signature Bank helps local businesses succeed. Let Signature Bank turn your business vision into reality. Visit signaturebank.bank. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
AM 560, The Answer.
Thinking about the climate hysteria just recalls the great Michael Crichton's appendix to his book State of Fear, where he talks about the dangers of politicized science, and he talks about eugenics. Margaret Sanger, founder of Planned Parenthood, he talks about the dangers of politicizing science here. Eugenics, terrible science, completely false. Lysenko, the Russian peasant who allegedly invented a process called vernalization, where you could fertilize the fields without fertilizers and minerals, disastrous for Russia, Soviet Union, and global warming. He writes, the similarities are not superficial. Leading scientific journals have taken strong positions on the side of global warming, which they have no business doing. Under the circumstances, any scientist who has doubts understands clearly they would be wise to mute their expression. One proof of the suppression is the fact that so many of the outspoken critics of global warming are retired professors. They no longer are seeking grants, no longer have to face colleagues whose grant applications and career advancement may be jeopardized by their criticisms. In science, the old men are usually wrong, but in politics, the old men are wise, counsel caution, and in the end are often right. The past history of human belief is a cautionary tale. We have killed thousands of our fellow human beings because we believed they had signed a contract with the devil and become witches. We still kill more than 1,000 people each year for witchcraft. In my view, there's only one hope for humankind to emerge from what Carl Sagan called the demon-haunted world of our past, and that hope is science. But as Alston Chase put it, when the search for truth is confused with political advocacy, the pursuit of knowledge is reduced to the quest for power. That is the danger we now face, and that is why the intermixing of science and politics is a bad combination with a bad history. We must remember this history and be certain that what we present to the world as knowledge is disinterested and honest. That was about 2 decades ago he wrote that. And now we have lived through COVID, politicizing of science, and we continue to live through this eco-supremacy, this climate change alarmism, as most recently expressed with the backdoor Green New Deal. So it's not just all fun and penguin poop is the point.
No.
There are real-world implications.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
We'll talk to former CIA analyst Fred Fleitz about Eastern Europe and other matters at 8:38.
But now into the newsroom we go. Here is John Cruz.
Hey there, good morning. 58 degrees in Chicago and AM 560 The Answer. I'm John Cruz in the AlmostFreeTeeth.com newsroom. A small child recovering in the hospital this morning after being hit in his own driveway late Tuesday. This happened in the west suburbs. According to officials, life-saving measures were performed by paramedics on the scene before that child was taken to the hospital in unknown condition. The cause of the crash still being investigated. Thousands of patients may have had their personal information exposed. UChicago said it was notified last month of a cybersecurity incident that happened July 5th through July 11th last year. They say someone accessed information from a now former third-party vendor. About 38,000 patients' info exposed. UChicago said it would provide a written letter to those affected. And another SpaceX Starship launch late Tuesday, inching closer to potential Mars travel. A successful initial launch, but the payload failed to deploy and a fuel leak causing the ship to break apart. Despite the setback, SpaceX applauds the mission. News is a service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. What if you could save on average 90% for dental implants and get 100% of your smile back with a Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO or FEP? It's possible. Check if you qualify at AlmostFreeTeeth.com. We're checking roads in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
Hugh Hewitt sees a tight bond.
I think Donald Trump and Bibi Netanyahu are on the same team 100% of the time. And those who are looking, they didn't consult on the Houthi deal. We actually don't know that. Somehow there's daylight. I don't see it. I don't believe it. They want to find reasons to be alarmed. There isn't any reason to be alarmed.
The Hugh Hewitt Show. Afternoons at 2, right before Sean Thompson at 4 on AM 560. The Answer.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6745. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6745. That's 800-575-6745. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
2 guys drove to work. Neither guy wore a seatbelt. One guy got a ticket. One guy didn't. The same 2 guys drove home. One guy wore his seatbelt. One guy didn't. One guy made it home. The guy not wearing his seatbelt didn't. Don't risk it. Click it or ticket. Paid for by NHTSA.
The power of Dell AI with Intel Inside is transforming the world of pro sports. Teams can see curveballs coming with predictive analytics. Coaches can use AI insights to help players improve their shots in real time. And fans can get more out of every winning moment with AI-enhanced replays.
Unbelievable! What a play!
See how Dell Technologies with Intel Inside can power your wins at Dell.com/win.
Taking a look at your drive in the Team Hochberg Traffic Center with this traffic report, a service of Mattress Firm. On the Edens inbound, Lake Cook to Montrose, 17 minutes. Outbound, and that is a 20-minute ride between Montrose to Lake Cook. Drivers just riding on those wet roads, adding to the ride this morning. Then the drivers have the dry roads making their way this morning. Now on the Kennedy inbound, O'Hare to Byrne Interchange, 72 minutes. Outbound Byrne Interchange to O'Hara, 57 minutes. Travel time on the Eisenhower inbound, Jane Addams inbounds to Old Post Office, 72 minutes outbound Old Post Office to Wolf, 33 minutes to the Jane Addams, that's 64 minutes. Stevenson inbound, 355 to Lakeshore, an hour. Between First Avenue and Damon is where you're very thick. That's a 25-minute ride. Stevenson outbound from Lakeshore Drive to the Tri-State, 32. And you're looking at a 35-minute ride on the Dan Ryan inbound, 95 to the Burn Interchange. I'm KT. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. But now a check of your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Today, clouds, rain tapering off. Could be some ponding on the roads. Look out for that. High 61. Partly to mostly cloudy. Passing shower tonight. Low 51. Clouds and warmer. Thunder shower in the area tomorrow. And the high at 71. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560. The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. Only the biggest stories, only the biggest guests, and only the biggest opinions. This is AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. So the war of words between President Trump and the Russian dictator, Vlad Putin. President Trump telling Putin that he is playing with fire, as he apparently is contemplating new and more aggressive sanctions on Russia. What Vladimir Putin doesn't realize is that if it weren't for me, lots of really bad things would have already happened to Russia, and I mean really bad, all caps. He's playing with fire. Caroline Leavitt reiterating, White House spokesman, reiterating that Trump wants a negotiated peace deal, but as Trump said over the weekend, I don't know what's wrong with him, what the hell happened to him. I'm not sure anything happened to him other than he sees a landscape that provides for him to pursue a maximalist approach to his designs on Ukraine, and so that's what we see happening. But is this Trump's, I mean, it's his problem now, but is it his fault if a workable peace deal is not possible, at least in the short term? For more on that, we're pleased to be joined by Fred Fleitz, Vice Chair of the America First Policy Institute, Center for American Security there. He previously served as National Security Council Chief of Staff, a CIA analyst, and a House Intelligence Committee staff member. Fred, thanks for joining us again. Appreciate it.
Good to be here.
So did Trump make a mistake during the campaign we understand it was hyperbolic, but by suggesting that he was uniquely positioned to quickly establish a cessation of hostilities in Eastern Europe and end the killing?
Well, look, this effort isn't over yet. It's proven to be harder than anyone predicted, and it really was caused by this incredible incompetence of Joe Biden, who ignored Putin's sensitivities about Ukraine joining NATO, dangling that idea in front of Ukrainian President Zelensky, and really destroying America's relationship with Russia. So Trump really had the deck stacked against him going into this. And, you know, it's a conflict that had progressed so far. It was going to be difficult to reverse. I think Trump's done everything possible to reverse it. I guess we're looking at the reality now of whether it may not be fixable despite Trump's best efforts, or it will take substantially more time. But in either case, the inability to solve this right now, it is not the guy trying to fix the problem. It's the guy who caused the problem, Joe Biden.
Right, but he's the guy that's in charge, and so he's going to be held accountable for whatever transpires there. I mean, in pertinent part, right? I mean, that's just the nature of politics.
I guess people will try to do that, but look, if you're an irresponsible homeowner and you cause your house to catch fire and the fireman can't put it out, whose fault is it that the house burned down? Not the fireman. It's the person who caused the fire, and that's what Joe Biden did.
Well, I don't disagree with you, and you could go back further and throw in Obama too in terms of culpability. I mean, this is this all happened on their combined watch, but I guess the approach from Trump, particularly with the more bellicose talk about playing with fire, is for example, would more substantial sanctions be enough to maintain a stalemate or impose enough cost on Putin to force him to the table in better faith, if not good faith?
Well, Trump first gave Putin an opportunity that no leader would give him, trying to deal with him respectfully, not making threats, trying to use negotiations. And you and I will argue that Putin is a war criminal, and he did start a brutal war. But Trump just wants to end the war without name-calling, and he didn't turn to threats and sanctions right off the bat. He tried negotiations. He gave Putin an opportunity to do the right thing, offered him a great chance to end Russia's isolation and economic prosperity. Putin didn't bite at that. So now Trump is looking at a much harsher approach with very tough sanctions.
Well, it seems to me he has to do something like that and pretty decisively because, of course, the world is watching. And if he is seen as powerless to bring Putin to heel, then doesn't that just encourage the mullahs in Tehran to take the same approach with respect to the back and forth over Iran's nuclear program?
Well, I think the nuclear issue is a different matter. I don't think Iran has ever shown any interest in negotiating a nuclear deal. They're trying to play the Trump administration like they played previous Republican Democratic administrations with a fake partial deal. And it seems pretty clear the Trump administration is not going to agree to that. I think we have to be concerned about how China will interpret our inability to get Russia to stop this war in Ukraine, no matter whose fault it is. I do think it sends some dangerous messages to China. But look, the horse left the barn on that during the last administration. Trump has to try to fix it if he can and deal with the implications if we can't stop this war.
Is there a play for Trump to make with perhaps a more pliable actor here, and that is the EU? We're negotiating a trade deal. He just gave them more room to negotiate, extending the deadline until July 9th. And so, hey, Europe, we need you to get a lot more aggressive, and that includes you cannot do business with Russia. That we need to impose costs on this guy, and that means find other sources like America for your energy needs.
I think that's right, and Europe has moved in that direction to some extent. The problem we have with Europe is that they haven't been very helpful with negotiations. They simply want to sanction Russia and condemn Russia and make it clear that Putin is a war criminal, just like Putin did. But they haven't shown the willingness to engage in dialogue to try to end the war, to try to find some way to bring about a ceasefire, stop the fighting. Then we start long-term talks to resolve the issues between the parties. Trump's more or less got the Europeans on board with that, but they haven't been very helpful.
So if we can't get past condemnation and impose real costs on Putin, then are those who suggested that Putin's revanchism begins in Ukraine and then extends to the Baltics and elsewhere, the rebuilding Mother Russia and so forth, can we anticipate that he is going to get even more aggressive than he was over the weekend and make a move to take the entire country?
Putin's never shown any interest in moving beyond Ukraine, and I don't want him to take Ukraine, but I don't think he wants to risk a war with NATO. I am concerned Putin could invade Georgia and Moldova after the Ukraine war, and Putin actually said within the last few hours that if there is a peace agreement, that we would have to agree not to extend NATO membership to Ukraine, Georgia, and Moldova. I don't like the idea of doing that, but I do think it speaks to the fact that Putin is not interested in a war with NATO.
I wanted to get your take on another development, too. This is some really bad news for undergraduates in the Ivy League. the Hamas is taking the position that Gazan refugees should not access this aid facility that opened in Rafah because because they want Gazans to suffer, so that they're aligned with Hamas against Israel. As the Wall Street Journal opined, have you ever heard of a genocide in which the aggressor accepts a ceasefire and seeks to bring aid to civilians while the victim refuses and orders people to turn down the food? That's the game Hamas is playing in Gaza.
That's right. Hamas wants to control all the aid deliveries, and we see all this criticism of Israel for not sending in aid or not sending in enough aid. The reality is when the aid goes in, quickly a Hamas fighter with a mask on and an automatic weapon jumps on top of the aid truck and commandeers the aid and either sells it or hoards it for Hamas. This is just an evil terrorist organization, which is why Israel's not going to tolerate a post-war Gaza that Hamas has any role in governing.
But aren't some Gazans fighting back against Hamas? I've seen online and read one article where they, are trying to protest in the streets against Hamas, trying to separate themselves. Is there any way to help those people?
There are some brave Gazans who have begun to do that because they're so frustrated with the situation here and the refusal of Hamas to negotiate in good faith. It's a small movement so far. I think it's significant. I hope the U.S. government is doing everything it can to help these people.
The sort of related story, Qatar, since Qatar is a safe haven for Hamas terrorists, has been. The acceptance of that plane from the Qataris, was that a smart move for Trump to make?
Look, this plane is going to be carefully examined for any security issues, and Trump followed all applicable ethics regulations. I just think it's a big nothing burger as an issue.
Well, I'm not thinking that it's violative of the emoluments clause or the predicate that the left wants to use for their next impeachment gambit. But just in terms of the idea of, it sort of presents Qatar as a ally rather than an ally of convenience in special circumstances.
I mean, given the enormous amount of money that Qatar spends on our base at Al Adid, which far exceeds the value of this plane, it's hard to see how you can argue Qatar's buying influence by just providing this plane to the United States.
And the point that Trump and others made too. I mean, part of this move is to highlight the sort of continuing problems at Boeing, taking projected upwards of 2 decades to deliver a new Air Force One.
I think that definitely was part of Trump's calculation here. And remember that the Air Force One that's being built right now was ordered during the Trump years. Now my guess is that the Biden administration made changes to that contract after Trump left office, which is making the delivery date even later.
Fred Fleitz, Vice Chair of the America First Policy Institute Center for American Security, previously served as National Security Council Chief of Staff, a CIA analyst, and a House Intelligence Committee staff member. Fred, thanks for being with us again. Appreciate it.
Good to be here.
Thank you. And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Virago is fending off viruses and making America healthy again.
Hi, my name is Dr. Michael Huber. I'm one of the co-founders of Virago, the immune enhancement cocktail. Here are some of the testimonials of Virago users.
Hello. My name is Jim Thompson. I started taking Virago about 1.5 years ago. I was diagnosed with a heart condition, and in fact, I was at the Cleveland Clinic applying for one of their trials. The bad news is that I was not accepted for the trial. The good news is that my heart was healthier than they wanted, and I believe that's a result of taking Virago. I can also attest that I have not had the flu or COVID since I started taking Virago. I could definitely attest to my satisfaction with staying healthy by taking Virago every day.
Boost your immune system with Virago. Order your bottle today. Visit myvirago.com. That's myvirago.com.
And use promo code IMMUNE to get 30% off.
That's myvirago.com. Use coupon code IMMUNE to save 30%. Virago and Maha, making America healthy again.
If you're purchasing a new home and working with Rocket Mortgage, listen very closely. Carly, 54, first-time home buyer, income 65 G's a year. Contact your Rocket Mortgage for a mortgage. Rocket locked her into a 25-year fixed FHA loan at 6.125%, which sounds great until I reviewed Rocket's loan documents. Carly didn't know Rocket placed her into a 25-year fixed loan, not a 30-year fixed loan like she wanted. Carly also didn't know Rocket Mortgage charged her over $5,000 to lower her rate. I explained why I thought it wasn't in her financial best interest to buy down the rate, and that's why Team Hochberg, not Rocket Mortgage, will be helping Carly with her mortgage. Let's review. Rocket Mortgage placed Carly into a loan she didn't want and didn't understand why Rocket charged her to secure a lower rate. If you want to work with a lender you can trust, give us a call now at 855-563-2843 or visit 56david.com, 855-563-2843 or visit our website 56david.com. Lower.com, equal housing lender, MLS 1124061.
This is Carol Platt-Liebau for townhall.com. In October 2023, special counsel Robert Hur interviewed Joe Biden about the classified documents found in his garage. Ultimately, Hur decided Biden had behaved illegally but declined to prosecute. He said Biden's mental acuity was so poor the jurors would find it difficult to convict him of a crime requiring willful wrongdoing. Democrats attacked her as a partisan hack. In response, Republicans subpoenaed the recording of the interview, but Merrick Garland's Justice Department defied the subpoena. This was after it had jailed 2 members of the Trump administration for defying congressional subpoenas. History is full of ironies, isn't it? Had the Garland DOJ released the interview recording, Biden might have been forced from the race earlier. This would have offered Democrats the time to hold a primary and perhaps find a more competitive candidate than Kamala Harris. Would've, could've, should've.
AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. This is an interesting development. The solution to the problems that are created with the AI revolution.
AI is starting to freak me out, by the way.
Is it?
Yeah. It's going to take us over and kill us someday.
No, it could. Those OpenAI is like you try to shut down OpenAI and it's like fighting back. It's like rock and airplane.
Yeah, no, they're saying like if you try to shut down your AI, then they'll tell your wife that you're having an affair.
Well,
don't mess with me, or I'm gonna mess with you.
Yeah, Elaine, what are you doing? But at the high school and collegiate level, particularly college, is the focus here. Did you ever have to take like essay tests at Hersey or Iowa? It was all just like true false.
Well, no, we had to take essays.
Really? You had to write?
It wasn't like A, B, C, D, all the above. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Well,
multiple choice it would be.
Because using AI like ChatGPT is allowing kids to cheat their way through high school and college, there is a resurgence of the old Blue Book. You know the Blue Book?
Blue Book, no.
Yeah, okay. You just said you did essay tests.
I know, but the Blue Book, what's the Blue Book?
Those little blue books with blank pages, a blue cover and blank pages, where you have to handwrite out your answers to ostensibly essay questions. It doesn't have to be essay questions, but I guess it could be true, false, or multiple choice. You just write that in the book. But the Blue Book, you don't know Blue Book? What? I keep forgetting you.
Okay, I disparage my school. I know it's
well.
Idiots out walking around. Okay.
Oh, that's good.
I owe the world an apology. It's an acronym for so many different.
Gee, I wonder how those started.
Gee, I don't know. I'm out with Amy. That's a good one.
Well, also too, I mean, it's just like a generational thing. Maybe they didn't have blue books back.
Yeah, I'm a little bit older than you, but I do both.
Well, okay, I was trying to give you an out.
10 years younger than you, so
I was trying to give you an out because
thanks.
You should know. I'm sure people listening of a certain age are familiar with the Blue Book.
Yes.
And so the response to the AI revolution is to go back to the analog world. here are the questions, and here's a book with blank pages, and you have to write it out. Now, the other problem is that nobody knows how to write anymore. So that could be a problem just in terms of the actual handwriting being unintelligible. But you don't like having to write it out. Your hands cramp because you're.
Well, we had sections on the page where you would have to write it out, not the blue book.
Yeah.
But you're right, though. In today's day and age, I mean, kids, they don't know how to write at all. Their print looks like a terrorist ransom note. And I remember when I had to get my kids to sign their passports. Like, do you know what is your signature?
Well, they were never taught cursive.
I know. It's shameful.
Well, even if you print it out, I don't know if they were. Are they still taught to be able to print? I don't know. But I like that. I like that blue book solution to an AI world. It's pretty good.
All right. Thanks so much for making us part of your morning, part of your lives. Thanks to Justin Kosick and Quinn McCarthy. We're back here bright and early tomorrow morning. We have to get through these next few days of rain and clouds, then sunshine by Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. It is now 9 a.m. WIND Chicago.
This is a Fox News alert. Israel takes out a terrorist. I'm Dave Anthony, the leader of Hamas, which Israel keeps attacking in Gaza.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin